Looks like we're live. Morning, everyone. Get out of bed. We're here the final day. We're going to do all 4 games today. From the Hort 1 at the GM22, Australian Golaball Extravaganza. You got Rob Cristani in the box, as usual. Mikey Lascosia helping me out with the cameras. And the first game today, in about 7 minutes' time, is going to be WA Juniors versus New South Wales Waratahs Juniors, obviously. Looking at the Waratahs lineup, in number 7 we have Ariane Narayan. Number 5 we have Olivia O'Neill. Number 1 we have Lara Brewer. And number 8 we've got Max Rorgut for WA. Oh, sorry, I should go back. The coach is Alan Campbell, assistant coach Andrew Perry, and Shelvin Narayan. For WA, number 3 we have Savannah Zaknich. Number 1 we have Tian 2, and number 8 we have Tyson 2. The coach is Darren Coyle, with the assistant coach Tan 2. So it's a 2 family. Welcome to everyone who's potted in on us as they're just introducing the teams, as I've just said, going through the lineups as they sort of speak. Interesting game here. Probably going for West Australia to win. Not sure if it'll be mercied, but the Waratahs essentially being cobbled together. The announcement now being made by Warwick Jacks with the teams. So he's going to announce the teams out. Again, WA with a team who were probably mastering this tournament at this point. Not sure if they've gone through undefeated. I think they have. And we expect nothing different here after this point. Crowd just cheering all the players. They're about to get introduced individually. So New South Wales, number 1, Lara Croft. Lara Brewer it was. Number 5, Olivia O'Neill. Number 7, Ariane Narayan. And he's about to call number 8, Max Rorgut. He's pronounced it Ragu. Maybe I've got it wrong. Coaches are now being announced. Number 1 is Tayan 2 for WA. Number 3, Savannah Zaknich, as I said. And Tyson 2, player number 8. With the coaches now being announced, Darren Coyle and Tan 2. Again, as we said, there's probably going to be a West Australian win here. Referees are David Goff and Tamara. Sorry, I'm going to say Tamara Elborn. Not sure about who the 10-second judges or whether they get a choice. But as it is, it doesn't matter. We've still got 4 minutes odd. Oh no, 2 minutes and 50 odd to go. 2 minutes and change before the scheduled start of this game. Again, we're thinking it's going to be a West Australian win. Whether it's mercy or not is another story. But we're a long way into getting this tournament started. Daylight savings affecting a few people today. Rob himself had a bit of an issue coming in with the half marathon, making it a little bit treacherous for me. But we managed to escape the traffic and get here on time for you. 2 minutes 16 still to go. Eye patching getting carried out.
I'm hoping it's not a mercy. It's better when it's a close game.
Mikey's hoping for no mercy. I'm not going to lie to you, Mike. I'm happy for this game to be over in half an hour. I shouldn't say stuff like that, should I? Having fun here in the commentary box. Nothing better to do on a Sunday morning, on a beautiful Sunday morning, instead of coming indoors and just watching Goalball. I could be out getting a tan. Thought about riding in today, Mikey. I did
Oh
think,
yeah.
well, I didn't think about it today, but I did think about it during the week. About, oh, maybe I can just come in, but I haven't got a lock on my bike, so where would I put it in the end?
I mean, thankfully it's just us in here, but yeah, luck would be useful.
There's plenty of uni students coming around the last couple of days.
True.
My bike could have been pilfered very easily. There is like what do you call it? Like a bike rack out the back there, where the oval is.
Yeah, but BYO lock.
Yeah, that's exactly that's my issue. BYO lock. Less than a minute to go before the scheduled start. We've got teams lining up. Western Australia are out there getting their ice age check as they're lining up. Going to go left to right. It's Tayan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Tayan on the left. With the two twos, I'll be actually calling it out as Tayan and Tyson, because otherwise we'll just get confused. I'm just checking the numbers on those because they do look alike. So Tyson is the number 8. Tayan is the number 1. So lining up, Tayan on the left, Tyson in the middle, and Savannah or Zatnik. I may as well stick to the first names as we go. On the far side, we've got number 1. Number 1 is Lara Brewer. We can't see. Oh, it's Amelia in the middle, so Amelia O'Neill in the middle, and it looks like Narayan on the far side at this point, lining up. Referee is now making the final call. New South Wales will start with, looks like they're going to start with the ball. Ball's thrown into O'Neill. Standing at 4. Staying at 4, and that's where she's going to release. Goes straight down the line in towards 5, taken there by Tyson, who throws it back immediately into probably the 3. Dive there by O'Neill and gives it out to Narayan. Narayan goes way out to the 9, coming back into 8, trying to go down the line into 1. Blocked out there by Tayan. Tayan now throwing it from about 2. Decides to go cross court, probably got it in at 4, taken at the feet of O'Neill and puts it out here to Brewer. Brewer throwing from 3, probably into a 5, taken by Tyson, who returns it quickly back into the 6 on the other side and stopped by Narayan. Goes back out to 8, throwing it again down the line, probably towards the 2, taken on the chest there by Tayan, and she's going to throw big from 3. Again, get down the line into a 6 on the feet there of Brewer, who pushes it wide of the post on the far side in 9. Narayan again. with the ball. This time a little bit closer to the post. No, he's taken his step out, so back to 8. And he's gone down the line again into the 2. This time it's missed by Tayan, and New South Wales up 1-0. Zach Nitch now with the ball. She's taken it, gone all the way out to 9. Left-handed throw, throws it in towards 2, taken on the chest there by Brewer. Looks like there's a little bit of the ball's gone forward. Naran with the ball at 7. It's been held a long time. Does get rid of it, but not in time. So a little bit of a block there by Brewer that didn't quite get control of it. And by the time they got it back to Narayan and he took his time, it's the 10-second penalty. Tayan with the ball. Sitting in the middle with the ball. Still trying to work out. On the far side, looks like it's going to be Brewer who's defending. Standing just to the left of centre, sitting at 4. Tayan comes out to this side, goes to 4, goes straight at Brewer, who dives away from it, and it goes through. So pretty much through from 5 into 4, straight line, standing at 5, or standing at 4 and moving away from it. Okay. Ball goes out to Brewer. O'Neill throwing from 3, possibly 4. Goes into 6 on the other side and taken at the feet of Tyson, who gives it out to Tian, and Tian goes down the line into the 9, where it's taken by Narayan. Narayan throwing from 9, goes back to that 3-2 hole, and just on the feet there of Tian. Again, throwing from 3, going across court to the 1 on the other side and just missing the post. So beaten Brewer. I don't think she was there for that one. Brewer coming inside, about 3, coming back out towards the 8 on the chest there of Savannah, who goes back to the goals and throws from about 9, trying to throw into the 1, but probably missed that by about a metre or so. And even if she hadn't got it in, I think Brewer had that covered. Brewer again from 1 metre in, right-handed throw, tries to throw down the line, throws that out just before the high ball line on her side. Savannah again, taking the ball, coming all the way across, probably into 5, going back towards the 4 on the other side. Nice straight throw, taken on the chest there by O'Neill, who farms it out to Narayan, who's going to walk out to about 8 or 7 even. He's a fair way in. Tries to throw into that 2-3 gap again. There's a whistle gone off. And another 10-second penalty on New South Wales. That ball was deflected wide of the post in the end. And again, it's Brewer to defend. We've got Narayan, Tayan with the ball. Gone back towards B at this point. Going in from, well, pretty much throwing that from 5, or from 4, going in towards 9 and getting it in. Nice dive by Brewer, but that one was too wide for her. And it's 2-1 in favour of West Australia right now. Narayan with the ball from 8. He's going into that hole again. Had some success, so he's going to keep trying it. Deflected off Tyson and into Tayan. He's going to throw that from 3 back across to 4, through the body of O'Neill and into the goals. So little bit gun shy there, and maybe now parity is being restored. This one's O'Neill. O'Neill throwing that from about 6 across to 5, going just across the centre of the axis a little bit. Taken by Tyson, who gives it off to Savannah, who throws that from about 8 and tries to throw it into the post, just off the feet of Brewer and out. Brewer now getting the ball, coming in at about 3. Trying to throw it down the line again, but that's going to go out at the high ball line on the opposite side. Savannah with the ball here on this side, probably throwing it from 7 or 8, trying to go down the line into 1, and on the chest there of Brewer, who takes control of the ball, not before the coach calls a timeout with 8:33 still on the first half to go, and we've got a three-one score line to Western Australia. Mikey's been off checking the cameras and trying to find other people to commentate for me. No, getting no reaction, getting no love here.
Setting up the social space so that we can have other viewers come in as well.
Oh, that's what we want. We want people getting in on the social side. Send us all your dirty comments. We'll ignore them. Early in the morning, sitting here with the peanut gallery. New South Wales with the ball. Narayan on the far side, coming in from about 8. No, not Narayan, it was O'Neill. Coming in from about 8, tries to throw into 4, taken there by Tyson and given out to Tayan. Tayan's going to throw this from 3. Roughly tried to go straight, but I think in the end really got it into probably about the tee and taken by O'Neill and farmed out to Narayan. Narayan goes out to his post. Again, he's going to throw. This time he comes across court into a 6 from the 8. Taken by Tyson. Tyson gives it off to Savannah, and Savannah's trying to go down the line from probably 7, but she's missed that by a decent margin and no trouble for Brewer. Brewer gets the ball dropped into her at 1. She throws it almost immediately straight out. Rob's got a bit of dead air that he's got to handle. Savannah from 7. Gone a long way in here. Left-handed. Trying to throw down the line. Throws that out at about the front of the court. Probably being nice to her there, but Brewer now. These two playing amongst themselves. She's going to throw from 1. Goes inland a little bit, probably around a 6 on the feet there of Tyson, who gives back to Savannah. Savannah's come in a long way, probably throwing this from 6 to try to make the adjustment. Gets it inside at 3, and that's inside Brewer and away from O'Neill and into the goals. 4-0 to the West Australians. 7:40 still on the play school clock. O'Neill from the middle, through the legs. Throwing it into about 6, and Tyson lets that one go, taken by Savannah. She's going to throw back from the 6 and trying to throw out to the post. Not learning a lesson. She's got a goal going inside. Don't know why she tried to go outside. Anyway, out, well out. Brewer from 1. Again, trying to go to the post, throwing it out about the half ball, the halfway line. Savannah now with the ball, probably coming from 8. No, going in a long way. More to 6 now. This time trying to go across the centre into 5 on the other side, and taken there by O'Neill on the legs, given to Narayan, who comes in. Oh, he's probably sitting about 7. He tries to go into that 3 gap. There was a hole and missed by Tyson, but taken by Tayano on the feet. She runs from 3, goes across court into the 1, misses that to the front of the court. No real effort there from Brewer. Brewer now with the ball at about 2. Trying to go straight down the line into 7, probably getting it around 6 on the feet there of Tyson, who gives it off to Savannah. Savannah now from the 7, again going back to the 3, and a nice easy ball for O'Neill to pick up. A little bit of an errant pass, and that's going to be thrown out. As a result, they weren't worried about the 10 seconds, so they just threw that straight out. Again, the ball coming down. Dropped in on this side, so the number 9. Tayan's come all the way over here to take it. Goes across court into the 5, off the feet of O'Neill, and taken by Narayan because it went across court. He's sitting at 1, so he's sitting at 9. He comes down into the 1 spot. It's over the top of Tayan, but the second effort manages to push it wide of the post. Tayan now throwing it from the 1, going down the line into about a 7 and 7 or even an 8, and off the body there of Narayan, and it's 5-1. Narayan from 8. Again going down the line into a 3. Missed there by Tyson, but taken by the sister Tayan. Tayan now throwing this from 3, and again going back to the 8. Taken on the chest of Narayan. Goes back to his post and then comes back inside for 8. Trying to go down the line, right into the 1 on the post. Gets it inside the post and past the defender, and that's has scored in New South Wales. 6-2. 2-6, I should say.
2-5.
Now it's New South Wales. Heading into the 5-minute mark. Tayan now throwing it from 1, going right across the court to Brewer in 2. And Brewer managing to get that. Throwing it from where she caught the ball at 2 and trying to go down the line at 9. Just blocked out. I think it would have gone out anyway, but Savannah wouldn't have known that. Savannah throwing this from the post now. Left-handed. Goes in towards the 3. Makes O'Neill work a little bit for it, but she's up to it, up to the task. Going to throw this from 4 between the legs. Probably going to end up at 6 by the time it comes down. Got by Tyson, who decided he's going to do a quick return all the way back to 9, and it's just inside the post. Narayan gets it there. It looked like he was going the wrong way. He's going to throw from 8. Down the line into 1. Got some success off the post again, and boom! Inside.
Same spot as last time, I think.
Tayan getting beaten on the outside. Hello, Sailor. Timeout to WA as Coyle Senior decides he doesn't like what he's seeing
Yeah.
at this point. We're trying to enjoy ourselves here at the GM22. It's rushing into about 13 minutes past 8. It's got 13 minutes past 7. They haven't fixed that clock. No, they haven't. 14 minutes past 8. We've still got 8 and 5 minutes and change before the halftime interval. We've got a 3-5 scoreline at the moment. I thought it was 3-6. Have I got that wrong?
You got that wrong.
Yeah.
3-5 is correct.
3-5 is correct. Yeah, I thought it was 3-6. Don't know why I thought it was 3-6. Doesn't matter. It's all irrelevant now. Truth of the matter is it's not 3-6. We've got a couple of Western Australians over this side. So Tayan's coming over this side to take the ball. Throwing it from 9. About to start the play again. Going across court into the 5. Off the feet of O'Neill. Goes across for Narayan to pick it up, and he's going to throw this from 8. Going down the line again. He's tried to go, and this time it's been blocked away by Tayan. Decided to put the body in the way that time. Ball's gone a long way away. Anyway, dropped back inside. Tayan now going to throw this from about 4, going all the way into the centre. Goes back out to the 8 or 7 and taken by Narayan easily on the torso. Again, this time he's gone in a long way. He's coming to about 7 this time. Tries to go slightly across court. Gets it at 5, taken by Tyson, who's going to throw it back towards Narayan in 8 from where he took the ball. Narayan with the ball now in 8. Again, usual position. Touches the goal post, goes back out, goes out to the line, past it, past Tayan again on the line. Gets a piece of the body of it, but not enough. And it's 4-5 now. Very interesting. Tayan throwing from 2, going into 8. That's not going to be deflected over. Narayan again. Is he going to go down the line? He is going to go down the line. This one is right on the post. And Tayan is making sure this one doesn't get past. Half her body over the sideline. Savannah coming over to take the ball. She's going to be throwing it from 2 by the time she takes it. Goes down the line into that 8 position. And this time Narayan gives a pretty loose pass off to O'Neill, who decides she's just going to let that go. I'm not sure what the clarification is about. I think they've decided not to clarify it. Just as well. All right, Savannah now. The ball's been returned as the ball got passed out. Savannah now throwing this from about 8, maybe 9, by the time she lets it go with the lefty. Into 3, taken by O'Neill, who gives it out to Brewer. Brewer now standing at 2, goes slightly across court, probably into the 3, taken by Tyson, who gives it off to his sister Tian. Tian now throwing that from 3 and down the line into 4. Sorry, not down the line, into the centre into 4 and off the body, but between the two of them, they've worked it out. Again, a little bit of a mix-up as to who was going to take the throw, and they've decided to throw it out instead. Closer game than what we thought we were going to get at one point. Okay. Tayan's come over to take this ball. Throwing it from about 7, going across to 7 on the other side, and taken by Narayan, who helps O'Neill out. Narayan now from the 8. This time goes inside. and nearly has success. Gets it past Tyson, but not past Tayana, who comes in to help him out in the three. Tyson throws it from centre and basically back into centre, and again another bit of a mix-up with the pass. They need to get those passes worked out in New South Wales because they're losing throws as a result.
Yeah, don't worry. The refs saying right there were a bit confused on the scores as well
Oh,
before.
well,
So
yeah. Well, tell me about
yeah,
it. Anyway, we've got 5-4 at the moment to Western Australia. At one point, it looked like it was going to be a little bit more than that. But New South Wales have sort of come back. 3 goals down the line. We've still got mm, 2 minutes and a lot to go before the half. Early on a Sunday morning. Welcome, everyone. Wouldn't mind a coffee if anyone can bring one for me. Anyway, we've got New South Wales again. Narayan. Looks like he's got it in 8. He's going to throw into the centre this time. Throws it at 4, taken by Tyson, who gives it off to the Tian, and Tian's going to throw this from basically about 3. Narrow diagonal across to 3 on the other side, off the legs of Brewer, and across to Narayan, who stops it before it goes out. He is going to let the ball go from about 7, back across to 6, taken by Tyson, who returns it quickly to 6, but back into the 3, and it's gone so slowly that that's not going to hurt anyone. O'Neill throwing it from 3 across here to 9 on the near side, but taken by Savannah. She's going to throw it from 9, tries to go down the line into 1, and unsuccessful with that. No work for Brewer to do there. Brewer from 1, maybe moving into 2, trying to come across the court and go straight through the tee when Tyson's missing. Tyson went missing there from the tee, and it's now 5-5. Wouldn't have put it at that 7 minutes ago. Okay, so we've got Tayan here throwing from 3. Nice quick ball into the 4 region, taken by O'Neill, who decides she's going to take another throw. Through the legs this time, out towards the 9. No, that's quite successful, requiring some sort of work from Savannah to kick that out. Savannah with the ball now in 8. And she's gone down the line into that 1. Brewer's got the ball covered, and she's going to throw from about the 3 by the time she gets there, back towards the 6, taken on the legs by Tyson, who gives it back to Savannah. Savannah now throwing it from 9, but almost straight out. No real trouble there for Brewer on the far side in 1. Getting the ball now from the goal judge. From 1, goes into about the 2 by the time she's let the ball go. Coming down the line into 8, just on the torso of Savannah. There's a chance of getting in, but she's going to throw this from 9, back out to the 1, unsuccessfully. There's only so many ways you can say the ball going out. Okay, we've got Brewer again. Coming from 2, going in towards the 8, again taken on the torso by Savannah, who's going to throw this one from 9. Varies it up a little bit, goes towards the middle, and that's completely messed up by O'Neill on the other side. I'm not sure where she was going, but she didn't dive towards the ball, and there was certainly a ball for her to get. So that was in at 4, and that puts Western Australia in front with a minute and change to go. Got the ball being dropped in on this side by the looks of it. It is. We've got 1 minute and 8. Brewer from 2. Tries to go into 9. Misses that to the front, probably at the high ball line on the opposing side. Savannah going right inside here. Coming in from about 7. Deciding to go into that hole at 3 again, where she got the last goal, and taken this time by O'Neill, where she should have been before. Throws it from that 4, goes towards 5. It's a straight ball between the legs. Tyson has got a discus throw working for him from 5 into 4. I don't know that he actually picked up any speed on that. Narayan from 8 now. This is going to be quick. He needs to go fast. He does. Into the 2 area, deflected by Tyson into Tian, but Tian's got that covered. Going to throw this from 3. Goes across court into the 2 and taken by Brewer quite well. Brewer throwing this from 2, coming down the line into like a 7 or an 8. There's a noise penalty, New South Wales. I was going to say there's a whistle going on halfway with the ball down the court. So the noise penalty to New South Wales, with 12 seconds on the clock. We've got Tayan with the ball in hand, currently standing at 2. And it looks like it's Brewer. Brewer to defend. Tayan coming out to this side, throwing it from 2, going straight at Brewer. Brewer not getting it again. All it requires is a dive, and it doesn't work for her. Trying to catch it on the run. It's a 7-5 lead now to Western Australia, and it's basically penalties that are separating these two teams. 13.2 seconds to go. Time for one throw, I would suggest. And it looks like Brewer's going to take it. Out to this side. Here she comes down the line into 9, taken on the torso legs by Savannah, and probably the last throw of the game as she throws it from 9 in towards the 3. Does get blocked, so there was time there for 2 throws. I'm surprised at that one. And we've got a 7-5 scoreline with penalties being the difference, Mikey.
Yeah, it's nice and close. It's good when it's close.
Yeah, no,
Still could go either way.
didn't look like it was going to be close at one point, Mike.
Yeah, the 2 minutes I stepped away, it looked like there was a bunch of goals scored.
Oh,
But
good on 'em.
New South Wales has found a spot now, and they've hit it a few times and got a few through there. So
Yeah, and I reckon there is a hole there in that 1 and
Yeah.
that 3.
Yep.
So if they work on that 1 and 3, and I reckon there's some chances there to get some scores. Possibly not out this side, although Savannah's looked a little whack. But I think Tyson likes the leg side. And a goal going through the middle as well. So we've been able, quite a few field goals, quite easy to call. We've still got 2 minutes or so of the halftime break to go. Following this game, there will be a youth game. And I wish I knew who was playing. No, it's actually, no, I do know who's playing. It's Queensland and Western Australia. I think Queensland on top. So we might go clarify some of those numbers before we start our coverage of that game. But that game coming up at 9:05, I believe.
yeah, a little tighter on the schedule today, but also West games to go through, and it's just the finals, of course.
Yep, that's it. Got all sorts of practice happening on the other side, apparently. There's a volleyball practice being set up on the far side. At the moment, I can't see anyone there. So maybe we're a bit too early for all these people.
Yeah.
And maybe the half marathon has scared a few others away. That's what we want. Enjoyed a couple of bevies at the Clyde Hotel last night. Got myself into bed nice and early. Prepared for the big day today. Daylight savings obviously affecting a few people, but there's still a lot of people around the around. We've
Yeah, definitely a few spectators at.
got a large peanut gallery here next to us too, Mikey. So
Yep, and I've just seen them do the coin toss for the youth game, so
lovely work. We'll see if we can get the details of that as we see the official coming our way, if the official ever does come our way. 36 seconds before the start of this half. There doesn't appear to be any changes. So Max Roggett not getting a go. Or actually, there's a chance. I think we've got Narayan coming out this side and Lara Croft, Lara Brewer. Lara Brewer going on the other side. Olivia O'Neill. I think it is Olivia sitting in the middle. So no substitutions. Looks like there's a couple of positional changes though. We've got Tayan still on the far side. So as we're going left and right, it's Tayan 2 on the far side, Savannah in the middle, and we've got Tyson out this side now. On the other side, going left to right, we've got Narayan, O'Neill, and Brewer. So changes made, but not to the substitution. Savannah throwing this from the middle from 4, goes straight down the line, and Brewer lets it go. Not Brewer, O'Neill lets it go effectively. 8-5. Probably a cheap goal. It's the best I can sort of say for it. There's a little bit of a mix-up here between O'Neill throwing this from 6, going across into the 1-2 and over the legs of Tayan again, making this a 6-8. Geez, I hope we don't get a 30-20 scoreline, Mike. Tayan throwing it across court from the 1 into the 4, basically. Trying to throw it across court into the 4, taken that time by O'Neill, who decided to wake up in the second half. Narayan now gets it from 1, goes across to the other side, probably at around a 3, taken by Savannah. There's an official timeout eye shade, so that ball's going to have to be dropped. Andrew Groff calling this one. Yeah, I was going to say that ball needs to be taken and dropped in on the side. No, needs to be dropped in from the side. You can play your own rules if you want, but not here. Okay. Ball is now dropped in from the side. Savannah goes back and gets it. There's all sorts of stuff happening, but they've worked it out between the two. She's going to throw this from about 4, 5 even, straight down at 4. And O'Neill's up to that one, out to Brewer. He's going to throw this from about 6 into 4, taken on the legs there by Savannah, and she's going to throw from the middle, out towards 8, just on the legs of Brewer, who was out of position terribly, and that one's gone inside. So 6-9 now to Western Australia, and we haven't even got a minute in this second half. Brewer from 9. Trying to go down the line, probably getting it into a 3. Savannah dropping it out to Tayan. Tayan now throwing this from about 2, probably 3, into that 6 hole. And there's a big hole there because, again, O'Neill's moved away from it rather than going towards it. And Brewer not coming across enough. Not that you would expect her to. Narayan throwing this from 2, going in towards 6, taken by Savannah on the torso. Deciding she's going to throw a quick ball, but doesn't put any accuracy into it and puts it out before the halfway line. Brewer gives it to O'Neill. No, it was Brewer. Throw that from 9 across to 9 on the other side and blocked away by Tyson. The ball goes out, jump back in. He's going to stand at the post. Tries to do a discus throw. Doesn't put any speed on this, but it goes in at about 7. Not quite controlled there by Brewer, and a bit of a mix-up between Brewer and O'Neill, and they decide to throw that ball out other than concede a penalty. Ball returned back to Tayan, coming in from 1, going all across to 1 on the other side. Going out at the front of the court, though, so no work for Narayan to do. Narayan now from 1, coming inside a little bit, probably throwing it at 2, going back towards the tee on the torso of Savannah, who's decided she's going to take this throw pretty much from the middle. Goes back out towards the 6. There's a hole there again as O'Neill doesn't come, and that's starting to look a little on the ugly side. 11-6 the scoreline with barely 2 minutes gone in the half. Timeout for New South Wales.
Yeah, I
Probably
expected
needed
that
to
to
be
come.
done. A lot of balls going through the middle, really, through that sort of 6 hole between. And to be fair, I don't know why they swapped, because it looks like Brewers lost on that far side. Mind you, it helps if O'Neill would dive towards where the ball is. It's a bit harsh, but we're a harsh group. Melbourne University is the location for GM22. Beautiful location in the heart of Melbourne. Carlton District. New South Wales with the ball. Narayan on this side, getting the ball dropped in. Taking it from 1. Deciding to go down the line. It's just inside the feet. Would have gone in. Would have gone in, I reckon. Close, but anyway, just enough on the feet to push it out. Tyson throwing from 9. Goes in towards about a 2 or probably a 2. just on the feet of O'Neill, off to Narayan, who goes across court from one and goes out just before the front of the court. No work for Tian to do. Tian throwing this from 3. Goes down the line into that 7, off the feet of O'Neill, who controls it. Decides that she's going to take this one. Goes back to the centre to take it. Probably through that from 5 and into the 4. So a straight line throw. Taken on the chest by Savannah, who goes the discus throw, this time out to the 3, and O'Neill does some work before she picks it up on her feet. Gives it back to Narayan, who's going to throw from 2. He's gone through the legs, down the line here into 9, and on the legs of Tyson, who blocks it out, but gets his own ball. Decides to drop it and then put it back. He throws it from 9 into the 4, probably closer to the 3, somewhere between the 2. And taken by O'Neill, who gives it out to Narayan, trying to throw the ball down the line and threw it out before his own high ball line. Ball being ferried by the goal judge. Dropped inside. Tayan's come across to get this one. Decides to go into the 4 hole from 9. Taken by O'Neill, who's now going to throw this from 4. Tries to go back out to the 1 side, and it is taken by Tayan, but only luckily. No real conviction with that dive. She goes from 1 back out to the 4 side, probably 3. Moved across on the legs of O'Neill, who gives it out to Narayan, throwing that from 2 and into the 5, and an easy ball for Savannah to pick up. She's going to throw from the middle. Goes down the line, probably got into the 4, and an easy trap for O'Neill, as it should have been. Again, the one-handed throw goes back to the 4 on the other side from the middle, so the 2 of them are just playing amongst themselves. This one slightly out to the 5 this time, so a little bit away from the centre, but not enough from the centre not to be able to get it. A poor pass out to Brewer, who now decides that because of the poor pass, she's going to throw the ball out. There's a lot of talk going on. Warwick Jacks can't help himself, needs to make an announcement. We've got the ball coming out this side. Oh, actually, I need to probably turn my phone down now that I mention it. Keep an eye on that. We've got the Tian from 1, throwing it into 7 and getting it through. Brewer goes out to the far side. The winger can't come across, and that's another goal for Western Australia. As I've just recalled, I've got to put my phone on silent. Thanks for reminding me. I don't think it was mine that went off. Anyway, it's New South Wales, and the score now 6-12, perhaps. New South Wales again. The ball coming in by Brewer from 9 on the far side. Throws it out across court, but it probably goes out before the high ball line for the opposing team. Tyson trying the 9-to-9 approach as well, but this time he goes out at about the front of the court. Brewer from 9. Going down the line this time, or trying to at least, probably getting it in about 4 or 3, and taken by Savannah, who's going to throw this from the middle. Goes out towards the 6, off the chest, but unconvincingly from O'Neill. Gives it to Brewer, who gives it back to O'Neill, who decides she's going to throw it out. Not going to score goals doing that, but anyway, we've still got 7:20 to go. And a 6-12 scoreline in favour of Western Australia. Tayan from 1, down the line into 7. That's a good ball and a bit of work for O'Neill to do. She's managing to collect it, goes back to 4 before she's going to take the throw. Not through the legs this time, and throws it to about 6, and Savannah comes across easily to get that. Throwing it from the 6 from the front line, and I think that's a bit harsh on the high ball, but it's been called. Threw it out to 7 and was blocked by New South Wales, but this is going to come down. Who's going to throw this one? Looks like Narayan's going to take it. Savannah standing in the middle. Narayan going out to 1. Goes back to the middle and straight to Savannah, who's good enough to take it. Stay strong, the call. Savannah from the middle. Goes out towards the 9. Throws it out. Not before the high ball line. That's a bit harsh. Before the front of the court on the far side. The ball in at 8, basically, from Brewer. Trying to go down the line. I think she's got it closer to 4, though. Taken by Savannah, who gives it out to Tian, who's going to throw from 3. She goes down the line into an 8 on the chest and torso there of Brewer, unconvincingly with the legs splayed everywhere. But managing to get that ball out. Gives it across to Narayan, who comes across to get it. He's gone all the way back to his side. Probably going to throw this from 3. Tries to come down the line, misses it. Throws it out before his high ball line. Ball dropped in on this side. Tyson's got the ball, but Tian's come across to get it. Throws the ball into 4 from 9. And the ball unconvincingly blocked by O'Neill, blocked out to the far side. Ball dropped in at 9 for Brewer. Brewer's decided to come across court into the 9. Just misses what she was trying to get. Timeout to Western Australia. The ball's dropped in on this near side, I should say. Got a little bit of a discussion happening on behind me. Peanut gallery going off. Mikey's gone for a runner. 6:10 still to go in this game. Second half, we've got a 12-6 score line. Yep, still 12-6 to Western Australia. Pretty much got the game in control in my view. I don't think there's going to be an issue in this one. Okay, Tian throwing it from about a 4, goes across to the one side and gets it under Narayan. The 6-13 score now. There's a bit of a West Australian contingent, as you can hear. Okay. Narayan from 1. Through the legs. Down to 9. Taken by Tyson. Tyson can almost fit under the goals. He goes across the court to the 9 and the other side. Brewer's not there for it, but he's missed it. And when I say missed it, not by much. Probably the ball length. Brewer from 9. She's coming across court. Into the 6 area. Taken by Savannah, but she's deflected it forward, and that's going to be a ball over. And so I'd be leaving that one go. Ball thrown out to the 9 side by the referee. And again taken by Brewer. Brewer with it all to do here. She's thrown it into 4 on the legs of Savannah, who's not going to take it. Going to give that out to Tian, who's going to throw this from about 3. Tries to go out to 9 and throws it out before her high ball line. Brewer in 9. Looks for her post, finds it, goes back to throw. Coming back to this side here, probably on the 7 by the time it got there, but taken on the legs by Savannah. Going to throw this from 6 and go down the line into 3 on the chest there of O'Neill, who decides that she wants to take a throw. Not through the legs, but she throws it from 4 out to the 3 on the other side. And taken by Savannah quite easily and out to Tian. Tian from 2, trying to go into that 8-7 hole and bang, into the back of the net. Again, the hole, Brewer moving outside, the centre not being able to come across, and it's in. 6-14. Substitution being made by New South Wales. So we've got Brewer out, Rugu in.
You know, I'm glad they've done a little bit of substitution now. I can catch up on getting the times and the scores right on the screen.
Yeah. We've got the
4:55 left.
Got the peanut gallery going off, so I'm doing my best to sort of tuck above them. But anyway. Oh, great. Now we've got the coach bringing it on. Take it easy. Take it easy, kids. 4 minutes and change, but we've got an 8-goal difference, 6-14. Not quite sure why the positional changes were made at halftime for New South Wales, to be fair. You can't say they were giving everyone a go, and it was actually working for them. How has this worked? We've got Ragu going all the way out to the other side. So Narayan staying where he is. O'Neill in the middle and Ragu going out the other side. Is it Ragu or Rogut? Have you been around to find out how to pronounce Max's name?
I think it was Rugu.
It is Ragu.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Oh,
I'm not certain. I'm not great with names.
I'm going to go the French name. Okay. French it is. Ragu with the ball. In 9. Let's see how he goes. Sometime today be good, Max. Okay, he's thrown it into about the 7. It's lazily touched aside by Savannah, and just as it turns out, goes wide. Tyson with the ball. He's throwing it from 9, goes across to 7. Ragu's there to block that, but not lazily, but not convincingly, between the two of them, they've worked it out. I'm not sure who's got the ball. He just throws it straight out. Plays it safe. So I think we can understand now. And Ragu's got himself lost. He's back. He's in the centre of the goals, and he's going even further. If they throw this ball into 9, that's gone, and it will be. He's not there, and it's straight into the net at 8. That's now 15-6. 1 goal to go, and this game's over, and we've got 4 minutes still. Okay, Ragu again. Throws the ball. This one's down the line now. Threw it from about 6, from 7, probably got it to the 2. Savannah now. She's going to go out that way if she's smart. No, go straight to the centre. 4-4, pretty much. And or 5-5, if you want to call it. And given out to O'Neill. O'Neill to Narayan. Narayan throwing this from 2, goes in towards the centre, but probably gets it about 5. Taken by Savannah, who this time goes out to Ragu in the corner, and that's going to go in the back of the net and finish the game. In at about 8 or 9, and it's over. And the West Australian crowd go mad, so to speak. Probably an expected result, and probably at about the time we thought it was going to happen, Mike.
I mean, yeah, don't ask me to pronounce any names. Like when I do, like trying to read a menu at a fancy restaurant or something. It's you can never pronounce what it is. Or at least I can never pronounce what it is.
I don't put fancy restaurant and you in the same sentence, Mike. So, as we turn our attention to the next game, it's West Australia versus Western Australia, I should say, shouldn't I? Versus Queensland. Is that correct? So I think they're all on the one sheet for me. So we've got. No, that's Victoria. Okay, I've got the wrong sheet that I'm looking at. All right, so on the youth side for Western Australia, and I'm just going to check all these numbers before I come back. We've got Nikita Zaknich in 5. We've got Darren Coyle in 8. We've got Murrin Coyle in 2. And we've got Jacob Walker in 3. In fact, those numbers are correct because I know I've been commentating a game. I haven't done too many of the Queensland. So the numbers I've got here is Ethan Cook in 7, Sean Kendrick in 2, Sydney Whip in 6, Melody West in 8, and Zach Jones in 9. So I'm just going to need to check on those ones. But I think the front two is basically Sydney Whip and Sean Kendrick with maybe Zach or Ethan. But I will confirm. I'm just going to have to go downstairs before the next game and just make sure all the numbers are correct. That game is scheduled at 9:05. We're currently sitting at about 7:48, I think, the time.
Yeah, I've got.
So we're roughly about
8:46.
20 minutes away before the scheduled start of that game. I'm just looking now. Yeah, the score clock says 18 and counting down. So take a short break while I go check these numbers, and we'll be back 10 minutes before the start of the game.
Alright. We're live.
And we're back, as promised, 10 minutes early. Roughly about 9. We've got about, probably about 8:14 still to go. So before the start of this game, the announcements have all been made. Numbers have been confirmed. So just before we get started, we'll look at the starting barrier. So in Queensland's case, top of the table, number 2, Sean Kendrick. Number 6 is Sydney Whip. Number 7 is Ethan Cook. Number 8 is Melody West, and number 9 is Zach Jones. Queensland team confirmed. On the Western Australian side, and again in number order, we got number 2, Murrin Coyle. Number 3, Jacob Walker. Number 5, Nikita Zaknich. And number 8, Darren Coyle. Prediction for this one, Mikey? We go in the usual, the favourites to win.
So I've not been paying attention. Who have we even got this game? Was it
we got
WA and...
we got Queensland and WA.
I'm going to go with Queensland.
I'm going Queensland as well. We're looking at the youth tournament. This game starting in 9:05, and according to the play school clock, that's about 6:50 away. I believe. Yeah, I am right. About 6 minutes 50 away, so probably 7 minutes, closer to 7. Bring my microphone a little bit further down. You're enjoying the tones of Rob Cristani, and if you don't enjoy those tones, it's bad luck because no one else is coming to do this. So with some help from Michael Lascosia, working our way from the card table on top of the stand at GM22, beautiful gymnasium
Yeah, I think this is one
at
of
Melbourne
the
University.
better venues that I've seen for
I
Goalball.
think so. Probably a little bit of an upgrade of our last one at Collingwood College, although I did enjoy Collingwood College, don't get me wrong.
I think Collingwood College doesn't exist anymore, from what I've heard.
No, it does exist, but
Well,
not in the form that we saw it.
the hall that we had doesn't exist.
No, and it's been replaced by a rather magnificent stadium with about 4 courts on it, apparently, but all basketball courts. There's no other lines, so it's just all been done for basketball.
Right.
Yeah.
And they all stuck together or separate?
There's definitely 2 different courts, and I think Rob Apps was telling me that the old court, so the little one,
Yeah.
is still there. So
Right.
one of the courts is still there. I think it's the little one.
I thought they were demolishing both of them.
Well,
but
I thought they
there
were
you go.
too, but I think what they've done is repurposed the larger one and
Yeah, sure.
stretched it out, maybe.
Yeah, right.
Didn't have a lot of room to stretch out, I'll tell you that.
No, it's didn't have a large courtyard there either. So
But even this one's quite ingenious how they put it up.
yeah,
It
yeah,
didn't have the
absolutely.
room, so okay, well, let's go upwards. And
Yeah.
Yep, it's
Yeah,
worked
and
out.
put everything else underneath. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the 5-minute warning. So we've still got 5 minutes to go. Don't panic, everyone. We're still okay. You're picking us up here. As I said, from the card table at the top of, on the top right corner, depending on how you're looking at us. If you're in the stand, we're in the top left corner. Leave us alone. As everyone else seems to be doing this weekend. We're about to call the youth final gold medal match between Queensland and Western Australia. Western Australia look like they're going to be on this side, and Queensland out to the far side. Not even sure about numbers at the moment. We've got a couple of people hovering around the court, but essentially everyone's keeping their powder dry at this point. I suspect it's going to be Zanich, Coyle and Coyle. Oh, no, it'll be Walker, Coyle and Coyle on the Western Australian side, and I suspect on the other side it's probably going to be something like Jones, Whip and Kendrick. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see Cook there. Anyway, who knows? There are some players lining up on the far side. We've got 6, which is Sydney Whip. who's a lot taller than what I remember him to be. 2 is Kendrick, so we've got them 2 right. Looking for a third buddy to come and help us out. Western Australia about to walk on. If they turn around and show me some numbers, I'll tell you who they are. That would be Darren Coyle lined up there. And we've got Ethan Cook. I can't see the number, but I can see the albino hair. I can now. It's a 7, so Ethan Cook coming on for Queensland. Not quite sure how they're going to line up in what order. Still waiting for Western Australia to come out. They've obviously decided that they don't want everyone to know. But Coyle of the Darren variety is out there. Jacob Walker is out there. And needing a third. Maybe they're just going to play with 2.
Wouldn't be the first game this competition where there's been only 2.
Nikita Zaknich is the one coming out.
Not the way you want to view a national game, though.
Oh, no. I think I've played 2 before. I think Brett Scar and I played a Nationals at 2. after our third player decided that he had a heart muscle and his ankle was a bit sore. Thanks, mate. Could have told us before we turned up, couldn't you? Couldn't get a replacement player from anyone. Those were the days. I'm going to suggest Nikita's going to be in the middle. Zaknich in the middle with Walker out to this side and Coyle out to the other. So as you're looking left to right for Western Australia, I think we're going to see Coyle, Zaknich and Walker. As we look to the other side at the moment, I dare say Whip is going to be on the inside, which probably puts Kendrick, as we're looking at it, Kendrick, Whip and then Cook. That's probably how it's going to line up left to right.
Gee, I remember when Kendrick was in juniors.
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm looking at these guys now. These guys don't look like the little boys I met
Yeah, they're growing up like weeds.
when I was playing. It's been a long time since I've seen some of these kids. 46 seconds to go according to the play school clock. It's still 0-0. Players have been checked on this side. I think Walker's the only one now having to go through the rigmarole. Get a haircut, son, as he pushes his hair back. Give you a tip, the eye patches, there's no hope of seeing through these ones, the ones they've got them now, isn't there? The tape is just everywhere. It's almost like it's just covering the face completely.
Yeah, well.
It's incredible. Okay. There's no referee on the far side. Kendrick comes out to this side. Cook's still sitting in the middle, so I'm not quite sure if Whip's going to be the centre player. I don't think it's going to line up that way. I can be surprised though. Western Australia lining up with Zanich and Coyle in the middle, but I would suggest that Coyle is not going to play centre. Got a lot of time to go. Western Australia have the ball. Just in regard to the teams, it is 2, 6 and 7 on the other side. So confirmed as we suspected. Ball thrown in to Zaknich, who gives it to Coyle, and Coyle are going to throw from B. Tries to throw into that 3, taken on the legs of Whip, who goes forward to get the ball and give it out to Kendrick. Kendrick going to throw this from 1. Bounce ball across, but that's out before the front of the court. Coyle again on the 1. Still throwing from the 1. He's gone in just a touch. Tries a bounce ball in towards the centre, taken at about 5. by Whip quite easily. Gives it to Cook. Cook's going to throw this from about 8. Goes bounce ball down the line into 1 and blocked out. Blocked out but controlled by Coyle, sorry. No, it wasn't controlled. Take that back. Falls with the judge, drops it in, gives it to Coyle, who comes in about 3 metres, probably almost 4, about a metre away from the centre, goes back out to the 9, deflected out and over by Cook. And it sounds like there's going to be cheering for every single goal or throw at this point. Cook from South Australia, but playing for Queensland. 1 metre in from 8. Goes down the line, right on the post, but just outside. Bit of work for Coyle to do. He appears to be what they think is the weakness at this point. He's going to come in, almost throwing from the centre. Throws out towards the 9, gets it in on the post, and Cook leaves it go, and that's a 1-0 scoreline at the moment for Western Australia. Less than a minute gone, and we've got the first goal of the game. Cook, not with the ball, sitting with Kendrick, who's throwing it from 1, almost threw it from 2, tried to throw to 1, but missed it by a long way. Coyle again. He's going to come in. This time he's coming in from about 3. Goes across to a narrow diagonal, close to the 3 and 4, and taken by Whip, who goes back to Kendrick. Kendrick throwing from 2, getting it into about the 6, taken on the legs of Zachnich, who goes back to Walker. Walker from 6 into 3, and it's 2-0. There's a gap there. Perhaps a surprise. Perhaps they shouldn't be surprised. I don't know. We've got Whip here from the middle. He throws out towards the 7, taken on the chest of Walker, who's going to throw from 8. Goes slightly across court. Probably doesn't get where he wanted it to go, and it's taken by Whip in about 4. Whip off to Cook. Cook from 8. Throws a bounce ball, but by the time it gets to the number 4 position, it's taken easily by Zachnich, who goes out to Coyle. Coyle from 3 goes a faster ball out towards 7, off the chest of Cook, taken by Whip, and off to Kendrick, who throws from 2 into 7, and on the chest of Walker. Walker from the same position, 7, goes across the 7 across the other side. Whilst it was a bit bumped and not terribly clean, it was still stopped by Cook. Cook from 8, trying the bounce ball. Gets down into about the 2 position, but Coyle's going to look after that one quite comfortably. He throws from 3, back into the 6. Bit of work from Cook and Whip, but between the 2 of them, they manage to stop the ball and get it control. This time it's Whip from 6, goes back into the 1, and it's only just out. I reckon that beaten Coyle. Coyle from 2, 3. Goes back out pretty much straight at 5. Straight at the centre there. Blocked away by Whip. Crowd go nuts because there's a break in play. Cook from 8. Again the bounce ball into probably the 4, blocked away by Zachnich and taken now by Coyle. Coyle in 1, moves across a little bit, probably in 3 by the time he throws the ball. Again tries to go into that 6 gap. There's a little bit of panic, but got it under control. Cook from 7, flat ball into 4 and 5, and actually taken to the feet of Zachnich. She decides she's going to have a throw. From 4, goes out towards the 8 and taken by Cook. So obviously the ball is to stay away from Kendrick. Cook again, this time goes into that hole from 9 and into 2, taken on the legs of Coyle, who goes back to that 7 position or 8 and blocked by Cook. Again, at 9, goes down the line, this time just missing the post by a foot and a half. No real work for Coyle to do. And Coyle's going to take this from 2. Decides to go across court this time into the 3 between the legs and the legs of Whip and the hands of Kendrick. They fix it up. Kendrick from, oh, that's a bit of a mix-up ball. Let me try to unpack that one for you. Kendrick threw that from about 2 in towards the 6. It was off the legs of Zaknich, who then bounced it into Walker, who, in trying to get the ball, threw it back inside the net effectively. 2-1 to Queensland, to West Australia. Coyle throwing that, tried to throw a bounce ball, got it up in the air into the 3 area, but off the feet of Whip and goes out on the far side, on the side closest to us here. Dropped in at number 1, Kendrick to take the ball. Stealing himself for a big bounce ball. He throws it straight down the line into 8 and taken on the chest of Walker. Walker, he's decided he wants to go across court a bit, but actually throws it into 4. And that's taken by Whip quite easily and given out to Cook. Cook's going to come out to 8. And then go down the line into that 3 gap over the top of Coyle and into the goal. We've got 4 minutes gone in the game and 2-2. A goal a minute at this point, Mikey.
Still lots in the game to go.
Yeah. We've got all day with this one. Maybe not. GM22, you've got the dulcet tones, well, if you want to call them that, of Rob Cristani. Special comments from Mikey Lascotia, and we're watching the youth gold medal game between Queensland on the far side and Western Australia on the near side here. 2-2 with 7 and lots to go, nearly 8 minutes to go in the first half. Clear my throat for another infectious stint. Anyway, at this point, the ball sitting with Coyle, and he's coming out this side to about 6. Decides to go across the court into 9, but the feet of Cook are there to push that one away. Kendrick coming across. Whether he's going to take the ball is another story. He will take the ball. Will he walk it back? He will. At the moment, he's walked it all the way back to 3. He decides he's going to go back across court again. It beats Zaknich, but it doesn't beat Coyle, who goes back to the line and throws it between the legs into a 6-ish and easily on the chest of Cook. It probably didn't have the pace that he wanted. And I think really just to get rid of it, Whip from 6 goes across to 6 or 7 on the other side and on the chest of Walker. Walker now throwing this from about a 9. Trying to go back across court and does so. Gets it in about 6. A bit of work for Whip to do, and he manages to block that out, but not control the ball. Touch judge having to do a bit of work to get that ball back and throws it in on the far side there for Cook. Cook throwing this from 9. Down the line on the bounce ball, right on the post into 1. Taken there by Coyle. He's going to throw this from about 2. It's going to be a bounce ball, as he does. Goes across the court into probably about 4. Kicked forward by Whip, but that's kicked too far forward. He's run off to get it, but he didn't make it. Anyway, the ball's being bounced in on the far side there for Coyle. Everyone's back in position and Coyle to take the throw. Again, another bounce ball. Throws this one into a 6. Dive there by Whip, who comes out to this side for Kendrick, who's going to throw from about 4, a flat ball again out to 1, and whilst not comfortably controlled, just enough to push it around the post by Coyle there. So a little bit, they obviously identified a weakness there in Coyle's defence. Okay, he's going to throw with a bounce ball from 1 down the line into 9, and Cook's in the way of that one. Cook on the post. Is he going to go to Coyle? He is going to go to Coyle. Right down the line, it's hit the post and not gone in. It's bounced back to Coyle. So, yeah, again, the weakness has been identified. Coyle this time throwing it into about an 8. Bounced up over the chest and into the goal. It's a little bit, I'm going to sound like I'm harsh, but it looked a little lazy to me from Ethan. And it's a 3-2 scoreline now. I guess that's the danger. You might think he's weak in defence, but you give him... Yeah, has been confirmed. I think they were just working out whether the whole ball had crossed the line, but it had. Anyway, Whip's got the ball. He's going to throw this from about 3. Goes a flat ball, beats Zachnich, but not Coyle. And that is an eye shade check. So the ball's going to have to get dropped in.
Was it using the head? No, it's a line.
That's a bit harsh. This ball should be taken off Coyle. It is. And it's going to get dropped in on the far side. Coyle still gets it. It just means you can't sit there and hide. He's going to come inside a little bit. Probably throw it from 6 by the time he starts. Tries to go across the line into the 9. And the feet of Cook are there to block that out. Whip comes over to take the ball. Goes back towards the centre. He's almost going to throw from 3 by the time he gets this gone. Goes again across underneath Zachnich, and this time just the feet of Coyle there to sort of convince it to move out across the sideline. Coyle again. This time from 4. Moves back to about 2. Throwing it into that 7 gap. Stopped by Cook. And there's no equipment check on this side. Cook with the ball, so he doesn't have to give it away because it's not them that created the timeout. It looks like there's a bit of a court repair that's required. 6 minutes still to go. We've got a 3-2 scoreline in favour of Western Australia over Queensland. Gold medal game in the youth. We've only got another 2 games to go after this one, Mikey.
Yep, 2 more, women's and men's.
Okay, Troy calls for it. We've got Kendrick over on the far side. On this side, he's gone to 1, tried to go 1 on the other side, and again it's blocked out. Every effort when the timeouts are being called or when the whistle is gone is being applauded and cheered. Okay, so Coyle now goes into 8, blocked out by Cook. Bit of noise happening, being dropped in. Cook now to take this one. He's going to come into about a 7, even closer, probably to a 6 or a 5 by the time he lets it go. It goes out towards the line in 1 again, but because of the bounce and it's slow, that Coyle's got that one handled. Coyle, the Darren variety, he's going to throw from 1, goes into 7 again. That's not a bad throw. It's been controlled by Cook, not taken by Webb. Cook coming in at 8. Again, he goes down the line at 1 off the chest of Coyle, and just managing to control it. He's going to throw from 2, goes back out to 9, and been blocked away. Was blocked away with the feet. Kendrick coming over to get it, I believe. No, Whip coming to get it. And he's walked all the way over to 3. Going to throw back out to the 1 or 2 side and taken on the feet of Coyle, who comes over this side now. He's going to throw from roughly about 7 or 8. He decides he's going to go across to the 7, and that's away from Whip and into the back of the net. Probably crossed at about 6. I'm probably being harsh. At 4-2 to Western Australia now. Still got 5 minutes to go in the first half. Cook from 8. Big bounce ball, but it goes out before the halfway line. So that's not going to cause anyone any problems. He comes across. Coyle probably going to throw this from 6 again. Is he going to go across? He is going to try it again. This time it beats Whip, but Cook's there for him. And Whip goes forward to get the ball to give to Cook. Cook throwing it from 9 and pretty much straight out. No trouble. Not going to cause anyone any trouble. Zachnich just moved across here. So it looks like Coyle again coming to this side. This time he's going to throw from about 5, going all the way out to 9 this time and blocked away by Cook. It's an obvious plan. He's not quite getting it right. He got it right the first time, I think, but he hasn't got it right since. Cook with the ball in 9. Goes a flat ball this time towards 2. Blocked out off the feet of Coyle and going out again. time he's coming across. Again, he's all the way over to the 6. He'll go across again, and he does, but this time he goes so far. So instead of making the adjustment to the near side, he goes to the far side, actually throws it out before the front of his own court on the other side. Whip comes to get the ball, and he's going to bring it all the way over to 3. Throwing it into the post on this side on 9. Walker getting both hands there and pushing it out on the other side of the post. Good work by Walker. Good goal ball all round, really. Walker from 9. Throws the ball into 3 on the legs of Whip. Gives it to Kenrick. Kenrick puts it across into the 1 area, and it's been blocked out by Coyle. He's walked off the court, finally found where it was, followed the ball. I think he's going to throw that out. He went to get the goals, and I think he missed them. Ended up way out the back. But did the right thing, followed the ball when it got bounced in, and all things considered, he cleaned up a decent mess. Timeout for Queensland. We've got a 4-2 scoreline at the moment. Plenty of time in the first half still. When I say plenty of time for goals. I think it's a 3 or a
3:54.
2 or 3, yeah, 4 minutes basically. 3:59. So yeah, still 4 minutes to go in this half. Close enough to keep us interested. No substitutions to speak of, and there probably isn't going to be. Maybe if the score drags out to one or the other, but Queensland's the ones who's got all the substitutions. I dare say you probably will see Murray and Coyle at some point in the second half. But Nikita's doing a serviceable job in the middle at the moment.
Time to mop the floor.
I was hardly seeing it, actually. There seems to be a definite, what's the word I'm looking for? A definite plan to go towards Darren of the Coyle variety. Okay. Ball currently sitting with Sydney, and he's sitting at about 6.
Yeah, well, they did get a goal for that spot, so they're going to keep on trying to hit it.
Probably. The issue is, I think Queensland have thrown too many out. Okay. Whip from 6. Doesn't look like he's going to move. Thinks he's got more time than he really needs. Comes out towards the 7, and that's blocked off by Walker. He decides a quick return's in order, puts it into about the 4 from that 7 spot, and Whip again. This time he comes in at 3. He's going to go across court. He does go across court. Underneath the centre at 4. Underneath the centre at 4. Coyle not strong enough to come through, and boom, into the back of the net, that one. Coyle still looking for the ball. He's found it eventually. He's going to throw this from about 3. Goes down the line into 7. And that's straight into the net. That's disappointing from Queensland. You work pretty hard to get that goal, and then you give it back straight away. You'd think the first thing you're doing is going to say, no, I'm definitely going to stop this. Okay. We've got Cook, who released early from 9 into 1, but handled. And again, Coyle throwing from about 2, tried to throw down the line into 9, and I think he pretty much threw it out at about the halfway line. Cook, take that back. Whip is taking this. He's come across to 3 again. Will he throw back to the middle? Does. Gets it through 3, but gets it through 3, but Coyle was there for that. Zaknich is being replaced at the moment. We've got 3 minutes left, roughly. And Murray and Coyle will come on, making life just that little bit harder for us commentators. I think these coaches would do the right thing and select players with different surnames, wouldn't you?
Might be asking too much for them there.
Brothers and sisters playing. going to get worse if we start getting cousins. Jeez.
I bet there's probably some sibling rivalry between, brothers and sisters, and even just brothers and sisters and sisters.
Wouldn't have a clue. I never fought with my brothers and sisters. That's a load of bullshit, by the way, Michael. Ball still with Darren. He's going to throw from 1. Goes down the line into 9 and off the legs of Cook, who manages to squeeze that one out. Okay, he's going to come inside a little bit. Give it to Kendrick. Kendrick coming back to about 4. Releasing a bounce ball straight at the centre. Not quite cleaned up like Coyle of the Murren variety over to Darren. Darren's going to throw from 3. He again goes down the line, this time into about 8 off the chest, but not cleanly of Cook, and taken by Whip. Whip's going to throw this from 6. Coming this side into the 6 off the legs of Coyle and into Walker. Walker now throwing it from 7 or even 8 into 3. And the ball's been blocked out, but still controlled. No, called a ball over because he took it out on the far side. This ball's going to come down to this side and being given to Coyle. So Coyle in the 1 goes down to the 9, and it's blocked away by Cook. Crowd up for that one. Cook coming across the other side. He's going to throw from 1 almost by the time he gets there. Big bounce ball across to 1 on the other side. Does beat Coyle, but doesn't beat the post. Coyle. He's going to run across to this side. Coming all the way over to the 8 nearly. Probably the 9. He's going to go all the way out to the 9 at the other side. Misses that by 2 metres. We're going to have the same sort of thing happening again. No, Kendrick did come and walked away. Cook from 8, maybe 7. Straight ball down the line into 2, 3. Taken easily by Coyle as the bounce had pretty much died by the time it got there. Coyle from 9. Trying to go across court into 9 on the other side. Again, missing by 2 metres. So pretty much the same throw, no adjustment. Ball being bounced. Kendrick. Walked over. No, it's not. It's Whip actually goes over to that 9. Throws it into about the 2 and off the legs of Coyle. Not convincingly, but he's done enough to put that out. Coyle coming across. Darren, that is. 6. Going across there to the 9 again. This time it's inside the post, but Cook's good enough to stop that. He's going to throw from 8. Comes across into the 5 off the legs of Murren and over to Darren on the other side. Darren from 2. Goes down the line into 8 off the chest and legs and torso, whatever, of Cook, taken by Whip, who does give it to Cook, who does now do a 9-1 throw. Pretty much a ball straight down the line. Needed to be deflected away, and was. Darren with the ball in 1. Throwing it down the line into about an 8, 9 area. It was only about a metre away from the post, but it's been blocked away. And as you can hear from the cheers, blocked away by Queensland. Anyway, Kendrick comes across. He's going to come back to where he lives. In about 4 or 3. By the time he throws it, it's a 2. Comes out to the 9, but it's blocked by Walker. Walker's going to go in about 2 metres. Throws from 7, goes down to the 2, and that's blocked between Whip and Kendrick. Kendrick from 2. Tries to take a bouncer over Walker. Good luck with that. Anyway, that came in at 7. That is going to be a ball over. Yeah, it can't be out. I'm not even sure it's a ball over. I reckon he projected that. I reckon he threw that out. Doesn't really matter in the end. Same result. Kendrick on the far side. We've got Whip there too. No, Whip has taken it. He's going to go back towards the middle. Probably throwing from 6. Comes back to the 6 on the other side on the feet of Coyle, Murren. He gives it to Walker. Walker throwing it from 6 back to 6 again. So the narrow diagonal. And that's taken there by Whip. Whip to Cook, who throws that from about 6, comes out to the 9, needed to be blocked out, and it was.
Just resetting the goals a little bit here in the equipment check.
4 seconds. We've probably got enough time to get the ball in to the other side. That's definitely enough time to get the ball to the other side. The ball will go to Darren. Needs to be dropped in. So he's going to take it from here. Moved in to about 6. He's let a bit of time go. Tries to throw to the centre. I don't know if that was the plan. But it didn't work. And whilst the ball was returned quickly from Whip, it was meekly rolling out by about a metre. So a lot of balls thrown out in that half, unfortunately, which was a little bit of a, I don't know, disappointment in my view. Some sloppy goals, but we've got a 3-5 scoreline. So make things a little bit interesting. West Australia looking for their second win of the day.
They certainly are.
Well, they won't get any more.
Yeah, they're not in the...
not any more finals. We got, I think in the women's, I think we got New South Wales versus South Australia. So that's going to be a little interesting interlude before the men's final of Queensland versus New South Wales, which was a good game to watch yesterday, by the way. So we had the pleasure of seeing that one.
If you're feeling bored tonight, you can go back and watch the replay because that is still up.
Oh, beautiful. Go get the replay. Have a nice day. All you New South Wales fans, get in there. Have a bit of a look. You want to listen to me all over again, or you can just watch it and turn me off. Is that right, Mikey?
Yeah, the mute button's always
The
there.
mute button's always there. Or the volume. Turn the volume down. Don't need to listen to me. We are half time at the youth gold medal match at GM22 Goalball Extravaganza. Melbourne, Goalball 22. Oh, thanks very much, because we really didn't need that. Warwick obviously thinks that everyone's here to see him. We've got about a minute to go before the half starts. Got Western Australia up by 5 goals to 3, or is it? It looks like a 4.
No, it's
No, it is
5-3.
4-3. They've got 4-3 on the scoreboard.
Oh,
I thought it was 5-3 as well.
yeah, I did. Did we miss one?
Well, have we
Oh,
added
yeah,
one?
added one,
Have we
yeah.
added one? We haven't missed one. We've added one. It's a little bit interesting. I want. Yeah, oh, well, it's obviously it's still a chance. Yeah, because I thought it was 4-2. Then they got to the 4-3, and then they got the goal straight back.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's what I.
Well, okay. So we're gonna dispute the scoreboard, the official scoreboard at the moment.
No, it is 5-3 on the scoreboard.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah,
they just
they
changed it.
must have just fixed
They
it.
must have just fixed it. There you go. We were right. 13 seconds to go. 5-3 it is. It was 4-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Maybe they have a bit of a chat amongst themselves. Anyway, doesn't seem to be any changes to the lineup at this point. Just looking on the Queensland side, you've still got 2, 6, and 7 for Queensland. On this side, you've still got, if you're going left to right, we've still got 8, 2, and 3. Queensland with the ball. Nothing's changed. Ball or nothing. Sydney whip from 3. Throwing it down the line into the 9. Unconvincingly controlled by Jacob Walker, who goes down the line into the 1 from the 9. And between Whip and Kendrick, they work it out. Should have just been taken by Kendrick. Kendrick goes across the line into a 3. Uncontrolled, but controlled at the same time by Coyle and Coyle. And Coyle of the Darren variety takes the ball, goes from 2 out towards the 9 and kicked away by Cook. And now you're caught up. Cook from 8. Tries to go down the line. Misses by a lot. Not even going to tell you how far because I haven't got a tape measure big enough to work it out. Coyle from 1. Coming inside. It's going to say 4. Other Coyle gets out of his way, goes straight down the line into 4 and taken by Whip on the legs, but controlled with the hands. He's going to throw this from about 6 by the time he finishes. Moves down into the 3 position between the 2 Coils. They work it out. Ball with Darren. Again, throwing from the middle. He decides to go out towards 8. Selected from the front, but Cook's got that covered. He goes into 8, goes down the line again into that 2 area, taken on the legs of Coyle, who decides he's going to go to the centre before he throws it back out to the 9 again. But this time he throws that ball out before the front of the court on the other side. Kendrick comes over to get the ball, picks it up. He's going to throw from there. Kendrick from 9. Goes down the line to a 1. Needed some stopping. And
Still a lot of ats happening here.
yeah, but that one was blocked out at least, not
Yeah.
straight out. So needed a bit of work and got it done. Coyle again from the centre. Moves in, going out towards the 6. And between Cook and Whip, they managed to diffuse it. Cook with the ball goes again down the line in 1. Not quite unconvincingly controlled by Coyle. Darren coming into the middle again. This ball will go out to 9 because he's aiming that way. Does put it into the post at 9. Only just blocked out, but controlled by Cook. Cook giving this to Whip. Whip from 6. Coming with the bounce straight in the middle. Doesn't go over the centre, but she doesn't. But Coyle doesn't control it properly. Still manages to push it away to the sideline. Darren Coyle down the line from 1 to 9, but it's been blocked out on the far side. Kicked away by Cook. Cook coming across towards the middle. Whip gets out of his way. Throwing it back in towards the 3. It beats Coyle Murren, but doesn't beat Coyle Darren. Darren's going to take this from 4 again. This time he goes down in the line into 4 on the other side. Taken there by Whip, who gives it off to Cook. Cook doing a lot of throwing here. Throwing it from 9 and out so quickly. Okay, so it looks like there's been a move with the centre, but we will go confirm that. So Coyle from the middle goes out to Cook again. He manages not to necessarily get some control. No, Whip is still in the middle from what I can tell. Cook again throwing that from 9. Tries to throw it into 2 on the chest of Coyle, who moves across. He's going to the... He comes in. I'm not sure what he was thinking then because he pretty much threw it exactly where he aimed it. So he didn't put his back to the goal. Tried to aim a straight ball out to 9 and probably got it out at about the halfway line. Okay. Kendrick getting the ball. He's going to move all the way across to the other side in 2. Coming down the line here for Walker. Walker's does what he's been doing all game at the moment. Taking this from 9. Decides he's going to go back to 2. Gets Kendrick on the legs and goes forward to Whip, who's going to take it. Whip taking this from about 2. Maybe closer to 3, but it's a fine ball. Goes down the line into 9. Does a pretty good job and good goal ball all round with Walker stopping that ball and actually catching it, even though he threw it out or deflected it out. He goes into the 3 gap, and whilst not controlled by Whip, controlled by Kendrick. Kendrick goes across the line into 1 or 2, gets it on the chest of Coyle, line to line. So he goes from 3 into 6, and that's taken by Cook on the far side. Cook from 9. Tries to go to 1. Familiar story. Out. Coyle again. Coming all the way out to 9 almost. Probably 8 by the time he throws it. Trying to go out to the 7 on the far side. Looked like it was deflected by by Whip, which it was. Deflected out. Coyle with the ball. Not Coyle. Cook with the ball. Tries to bowl a bouncer into 1. Still bouncing by the time it got to Coyle, but he's able to control that. Comes across the other side here and throwing from 6. He goes back out to the 9. Cook's there with that one. This time blocks it out. More cheering because there's not enough cheering in this game. It's quite annoying, truthfully. Whip walks across to 3. He goes down the line into Walker. I'm not sure that that's going to work because that was at 8 and he just took that on the chest and swallowed it. Walker goes back into 4 from 8. Taken by Whip, but unconvincingly had to go forward and get it. Gives it off to Cook, and Cook's going to throw from 9. Cook's coming back across to that 6. Goes over the legs of Coyle Murren, but into Walker. Walker's cleaning that up. Again, he throws it from 9 or 8 and back into 4, probably around the middle. And a timeout's been called by Queensland. With 7 minutes still to go, no goals scored in this second half. We've got no score to look at on the other side. It's gone all quiet. Got Ian Martin standing here behind me. I'm surprised I haven't been copying any stupid comments. Well, not stupid, smart-assy comments. The peanut gallery.
Feel like the cheer squad is growing as we get through the day as well.
What's that? I've got, I've, I've got a tape measure for the measure that I needed to discuss the ball that went out. Apparently, it goes about three inches, which is enough for me. Queensland with the ball. It's sitting with Whip. He's come out to about 1 or 2. He's going to throw this ball into that hole at 7, which is not a bad throw. It's through the legs of Coyle, but Walker's there to help her out again. He throws from 8 across the line to about 8 and taken there by Cook, who unfortunately gets the ball go forward. Whip goes and gets it for him and gives it back to him. He throws from 9 into 1 and deflected away by Coyle. Coyle goes from 1 into 9 and that's deflected away by Cook. Return serve. Let's see. Wonder if they're going to do this again. This time he comes into 8, possibly even 7 for Cook. Throws a flat ball. It's past Coyle, and into the goal. First goal of the second half. Now it's up to Queensland not to let this next one in. We have a 5-4 scoreline to Western Australia. Coyle, Darren with the ball in 1. And he throws down the line into 9, and that's kicked away there by Cook. And the crowd going mad again because, you know, there's nothing that we really need more than a crowd going nuts in a goalball game. Okay, so we've got Cook coming across again. He's coming across to 7. Learned his error. This time he's gone out to the 1, but that's on the chest of Coyle. Darren comes across this side. He's going to throw from about 7 over here. He tries to go across the line into the 9. Whilst it was blocked away by Cook, I probably didn't need it. Was probably already heading out. Not that he's to know that, of course. Coming across to get the ball is Kendrick. Kendrick coming all the way back over to his side, but probably throwing it from 3. He goes back out to the 1, and it's blocked by Coyle. Darren, he's going to throw back to the 9, but throws that almost straight out without any trouble. How the goal judge didn't stop that one when it's just going straight at him. Poor effort by that goal judge. I'm going to get into trouble by so many people by the end of this. Dropped in. Taken by Whip this time. Whip moving across to this side. Probably to about a 3. Tries to bounce it over the top of Walker, but I think that's an exercise in futility. Walker from 9 goes down to 1. Gets Kendrick on the chest, who puts that ball out. Okay, this ball being dropped in at 1. Andrew Ridley, the referee. Kendrick throwing it across court into one. It's gone over the top of Coyle, but he's managing to just stop that before it goes into the net. He's going to throw this ball from, sorry, 1. Get that out to about 8. Cook's cleaned that up. There's an official timeout. And we've got some tape court repair on the West Australian side.
Must say they actually did a pretty good job with the tape, like pulling up the court last night.
Did
Was
they?
it
Didn't
was
leave any
challenging.
marks? I did leave marks.
I'm not sure if it left marks or not, but it was just challenging because there's multiple layers, and the tape always gets a little bit stuck to the string. So
Yeah, especially when you're trying to keep the string.
yeah,
We've got
yeah.
still 5 minutes to go in this one. It's 5-4 in favour of Western Australia. That's a job we're going to have to do at the end of this game too, isn't it? Or not the end of this
End of
game,
the
at the
day,
end of the
yeah.
day, before we go off for lunch. 5:30 by the looks of it. Still anyone's game. And Queensland are making a game of it at the moment. Coyle looks like he's going to be the focus. Cook from 7. Tried to go to 1. Missed it by about a metre and a bit. Coyle again. He's going to come across to this side. Probably throwing from about 8 by the time he gets there. Goes across, but that's missed at the front of the court. If I was a left winger, I probably wouldn't have even dived for that one. Would have just stood up. Yeah, just give it to me, ref. Thanks, mate. Okay. Taking this one by Whip. Whip moves back towards the centre. Crosses. Goes to about 3. This time comes into the line at 7. Probably a better line, but Walker's there for it. It's a big boy. Walker trying to go back into cross court, but I think he's got that at about 4, and it's taken by Whip, who gives it to Cook. Cook from 8. Tries to go fast and flat. It was deflected up by Coyle, but back into his lap. And he's going to take this from over this side. He's changed his mind. Was going to go, but he's gone back to the far side again and thrown it out. So again, throwing it from 8. And it's a 10-second penalty, Western Australia.
This could make the difference.
Really?
Penalty can always make the difference.
Really? Do you actually believe that? Queensland obviously with the ball. It's going to be interesting to see how they make this work. It is going to be Whip to take it. He's gone way out to the other side. He's tried to throw down the line just off the legs. It's been blocked by Murren. Just off the feet and deflected around the post. Not the best throw. Probably could have been closer to the post. Anyway, the ball's going to get dropped in. Darren actually getting his ISO checked at this point. And we've got the ball being dropped in on this side for Walker. So it's still 5-4 the scoreline. Walker throwing it from 8, getting it into pretty much the tee on the far side, so probably close to 5. Whip's going to take this ball from the middle. Coming back out to Walker with a big bounce ball, but by the time it gets to it, it's lost everything. Taken by Walker easily, and we've got a timeout to Western Australia. Still 4:20 something to go, and it's a 5-4 scoreline in their favour. So everything's hunky-dory for the West. In the end, you were wrong. That penalty made no difference.
It did make no difference, but it could have.
Understatement of the year. we still have a lot of noise that we're competing with at this point. 4:20 something. Walker with the ball. He's going to throw from 9. Threw it into that hole at 4 and actually quite successful. Ball over as the ball was kicked away by Whip. Tried to chase it. Didn't bother. Ball dropped into Walker again. And again, he tries to go the diagonal, but this time it's pretty much at 4, and instead of kicking it away, Whip takes control of this one. Throwing this from 6. Goes in the narrow diagonal again, probably to 2, but it's straight at Coyle. Darren goes a long way to get the ball. Back to Murren. Murren's taken a quick throw from the centre, and she's thrown that out at the front of the court, probably at the junction of the long ball, the high ball line. Cook went a long way to get that ball, but he's not going to. Kendrick's taken it. Goes straight at the centre and off the chest and blocked sideways towards the sideline on the far side. Coyle, Darren from 1. Goes into 6, and it's been blocked away by Whip. And still the cheering goes on. Cook from 7. He's come a long way in. By the time he throws, he's close to 8. Throws it at 1, and that's been blocked away by Coyle. No control on the blocks here. It's really just pushing it out, making the game go a lot longer than it should. We've got Coyle, who blocks the ball. Sorry, blocks the ball, throws the ball into 6. Whip from 3. Bit of a switch going on. Anyway, he comes in at 7, but Walker's pretty much been doing what he's been doing, blocking everything up. He goes from 9 into 2 between the legs of Whip, and I reckon that's going to be the game. There's no other way that Queensland are going to score the goal. The ball's been dropped over to Cook by Kendrick. Cook taking the ball from 6, probably throwing it into 2 on the legs of Coyle. Darren, he's going to throw from 2 and goes straight down the line into 6 and 7. Unconvincingly stopped by Cook, but he's going to throw from 8 now. Tries to go across the line, probably hit 4 if anything, and again just a ball deflected away, Coyle to Coyle. He throws from 3 back out towards 9. Pretty much got it on target, but Cook blocks that. He throws from 9 down to 1. Doesn't quite make it inside the court this time. We've got Coyle from 1. Throws it down the line into 9. Taken on the legs and controlled by Cook. He comes inside a little bit. Tries to go to the post again, and this time it beats Coyle. Surprise, surprise, to make it 6-5. That's a great throw down the line. Still a lot of time. Coyle's going to bounce this one. He's taking his time. No, changed his mind. Tries to throw down, tries to throw into 9 and misses it by half a court. And I'm probably being nice when I say that. Cook. He's thrown all right this game. This time he comes into 7. Is he going to try to go for the gap or going outside? He's going to try to go outside again. See, this is where I probably would have gone to the gap in the hole. Okay, Coyle now. Darren. 1 metre in, if that. Throwing from 1. Making that he's going to bounce it, and he doesn't. Goes across with a quickish ball to 4 to Whip. Whip giving that to Kendrick. Kendrick's going to throw across and out. Tried to throw it into 1, but missed. Probably by the time it got there, it probably was sitting at about -5. Coyle, sorry, from 1 into that 6 gap. Taken between them by Cook and Whip, and there's a timeout for Queensland with a minute and change to go. 1 goal left. Are we going into overtime, Mikey?
I don't think we'll make it to overtime.
I don't think. Mikey doesn't think we'll make it overtime. I'm tending to agree. I think
I think they're
there's,
having a bit too much trouble breaking through the defence to
well, it'd help if they actually get it
on the court.
on the court.
Yeah.
The hole for me is definitely Darren, but you don't just keep going the post. Especially when they got him on the post then, the best thing to do once he went into 7 would have been just to go straight. Didn't happen. And we're still sitting at 5-6 in favour of Western Australia. Ball with Queensland. And it's sitting with Whip on the far side. Whip going from 1, goes to the narrow diagonal, but that is blocked by Coyle. Murren gives it over to Darren. Darren from 3 goes towards the 6, probably closer to the 5, taken by Whip, who's going to throw from the middle. Goes back out to the narrow diagonal again, and just nearly between the legs of Coyle Darren. And timeout for Western Australia now. We've got a minute still to go and change, probably around about a minute and 7 from what I can see
Minute
there.
and 7 I've got on the clock.
Yeah, still 1 goal for Western Australia, 1 goal up for Western Australia. I think there is a chance that Queensland might score. My worry is if they let it straight back. We may be going to overtime. I'm not prepared to rule it out. Queensland have got to ditch their post tactic and go the middle. And they've got to bounce it over Murren on the other side. Darren throwing this ball from 1, trying to throw down the line, but he got it out in the end. Big cheers for Ethan Cook, who basically just did his job. Okay, he's going to come in from 7. Is he going to throw straight or down the line? Tries to throw down the line underneath. Coyle.
There you go.
Post, and here we go.
Less than a minute left.
Well, Mikey, you
even.
could be wrong again.
Wouldn't be the first time.
The ball goes out to Walker. Walker going to throw this from 9. Tries to go across court, but probably got it to the 4. There's about 3 throws left for Queensland or West Australia to win this. Queensland going back out to Coyle again, of the Darren variety. Probably would have gone out, but he wouldn't have known that, so he put his body on the line. Coyle thrown into that hole at 6. There's a little bit of a fracture, but it's controlled. Ethan Cook now from 8. Comes across this side here and off the legs of Coyle and out. Timeout West Australia with 24 seconds on the clock. So two throws to West Australia, I think, here. And that's basically the way I'd be looking at it. You've got two throws to make a hero of yourself.
Yep.
So
give it to your best fella. Hope that they keep it on the court and hit the spot.
Yep. And then just take your time with the next one. Make sure that they only throw 1 throw back to you. That's how it'd be working for me. Whether they're smart enough to do that's another story. Okay. Got a fair bit of time. They've got about 6 or 7 on the clock. We've got Darren setting it up from the middle. Darren Coyle, that is. He's currently standing in the middle. Nothing's changed on the far side. Coyle Murren comes back for him. So Darren throwing it from the centre. Bounce ball into about 4 and blocked out by Whip. Kendrick letting his feelings known. Anyway, he's going to throw from 1. Goes across court towards the 1, and that's blocked out by Coyle Darren. We have got 19 seconds, or is it 14? Darren from 4. Tries to go down the line into 7, and that's blocked forward by Cook. And this should be the last throw of the game.
Yeah, but first we've got to do a timeout. We've got to line it up.
Should be. You've still got 13 to go. You've got to get it to the other side. So
and then get the return.
It probably still gives them 5. and you've just got to make sure that you're not hitting someone on the chest.
Yep.
That's basically what it comes down to at this point. My guess is this is going to come from 7. If this was me, my guess is this is going to come from 7 and into 2 or 3. That's my guess. Whether it works or not,
Yeah.
whether they actually can fulfill it is another story. The disaster here would be, and it's happened a lot, the ball goes out. The
Yeah.
disaster here would
Yeah.
be the ball goes out. I'm completely wrong because it looks like Whip's got this ball in the middle. I may still be right. He is going to throw from the middle. He has gone out to the 1 and he missed it.
There's a disaster.
Well,
It was so close though.
it was close enough to try, but we've got 1 throw. Coyle throws it quickly, bounce ball into 8. There's a deflection, but he's got the control. Gets a quick return back towards the centre. I'm surprised at how much time there was there.
That's going to be overtime.
And we are going to overtime. Who would have thought, Marty? Mikey, who would have thought? So if you guys didn't want to listen to Rob Cristani, bad luck, because you've got a little bit more of Rob Cristani to listen to. I believe it's got 3 minutes before overtime starts. I'm trying to get some clarification here, but I think it's 2 3-minute halves.
Followed by golden goal.
Or golden goal. So the first goal wins, but it's 2 3-minute halves. If not, it's time for penalties.
Yep.
In which point, actually, I'm not sure. It used to be that they sent the coach away, but no, I don't think they do that anymore. It's been so long since I've seen penalties. Golden goals killed that off. A lot of cheering for both sides. I don't imagine that any
Don't
of the
toss
teams.
to see who gets the ball for the second
and
or the first half of the
and West Australia have the
overtime.
ball. Western Australia have the ball. So, more of Rob. That's what you want on a Sunday morning. We're into overtime. We're not getting paid for this, are we, Mike?
Oh, I wish we were.
No. We've got about 1:30 to go. Eye shades have probably been checked at this point. You probably didn't even need to touch them, to be fair. It's not like you're going to take your eye patches off and get them all done again. Referees done a wonderful job this game. Andrew Ridley from New South Wales and Troy Ramsey from New Zealand. Wellington, New Zealand, actually, I think he's from. We've got the same sort of teams. Ramsey on the far side. We've got Kendrick, Whip, and Cook as they line up. On this side, it's going to be the same. It's going to be Coyle, and Coyle, Darren, Coyle, Murrin, Walker on this side. Walker's done a pretty good job. Might be all about Darren, but I think Walker's been outstanding in his defence. And probably hasn't had the opportunities to throw because it's basically been at Darren. One goal required.
Yeah, it could be over in one throw.
Could be. Murrin's come to this side just to get some instructions. Because there's not enough you can tell your players right now, is there? Three-minute halves. As you can hear, the crowd going a little bit on the nuts side. I'm annoying for a little commentator here, but we've got West Australia with the ball. 6 minutes, 3 minutes each way. Coyle, Darren from 3. Down the line into probably 3 on the other side and taken by Whip, given across to Kendrick. Kendrick throws that ball out again. Dropped into Coyle. Coyle throwing this one from 1. Goes down the line into 2. Long ball call. Interesting. We've either got Cook to take this. Surely you give this to Cook. But it's not. Whip has got this ball. Stalking around centre, but he's going to come out to this side. Coyle out to the opposite. Whip looks setting up for a cross court, goes across court and throws it straight at Coyle. He was setting up for a cross court, threw a cross court, straight at him. Coyle again. From 1. Down the line. Blocked out by Cook. Down the line into 9. Blocked out by Cook. Touch judge going, chasing after the ball, dropping it in for Cook. Cook coming in from 7. Gone in a fair way. Decided he's going to go back out again. And there was some noise. So that ball's going to go back. Getting a second effort there, throwing it out, but getting a second effort. I'm not understanding why they're insisting on the post. Again, he's come in a fair bar. He's on 6 now. Goes back out there again, and guess what? The same thing. Didn't even learn from the first time. That's a bit annoying, that. Anyway, Cook. Coyle gives it across to Walker. Walker coming from 6. He's going down the line into 3. It's been bounced up, but Whip's got control of that. He's going to throw this from the middle. Probably out just to the other side on the 5. Comes down towards the post of Coyle, who stops that. Gives it again to Walker, who throws it from 7, but probably panicked a little and threw that out a lot earlier than he needed to. Kendrick, my tip is he's going to go across to 1 and miss. He goes across, but he only gets it at 4, the chest of Coyle Murren, who gives it to Walker. Walker now throwing from 7, down the line into 2. Kendrick, forward to Whip, back to Kendrick. This time he goes across into the 3, beats Coyle, but not the second Coyle. Darren goes across from 3 to 3. Stopped there by Whip on the legs and controlled, not let him forward. He goes back into about the 4. This is straight down the line into 5. That's up by Coyle of Murren, but not lost. So she still can manage to control that. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Walker was in behind.
I'm wondering how many timeouts are left in the game.
Well, you're allowed 1 in each half, I think.
Okay.
I think you're allowed 1 in each half. It's 1:19 though, left on the clock. Again, 1 goal can finish it. So if he thinks
as soon as someone scores, it's over.
If he thinks he sees something, it's worth noting. At this stage, Darren's appreciably giving a lot more goals over to Jacob, which I don't know whether that's a sign of tiredness or what. I still think Darren's a weakness, but he's going to throw this ball from 6. He's lining up for a bounce ball. Kind of throws it into 4, and that's easily handled. Whip to Cook. Cook coming across this side, gets it on the feet of Coyle Murren, who gives it to Walker. Walker's going to throw this from 8 into 4, taken easily by Whip. Whip going to take this from the middle, comes out to maybe the 5 now, 6. Goes straight at that 2. Probably could have gone a little bit further across. Darren goes back, gives it to Murren. Murren throwing it from about 3 into 4, right into the centre and taken by Whip, given across to Kendrick. Kendrick's going to go across court and throw that ball out again. At what point do you make an adjustment to stop throwing it out? if you could see my gesticulations right now. Coyle going across from 6, trying to throw it into 9, but he's missed that by about 3 metres, my guess. Cook's got the chance, I think. I think this game is resting on Cook, if I was Queensland. With 38 to go, and I think if you don't give it to Cook, you're not winning it. That's my view now, because the others haven't shown me that they can throw it on court to put it in.
And be accurate, yeah.
Yeah. The problem is they keep trying to go the post.
Yep.
There's still the opportunity here to get him on the inside. As in Coyle is what I'm trying to say. Because I think that's the hole. I don't think the hole is on the Walker side. I think the hole is on the Coyle side.
Yep.
And I think he can get him inside, and I think he can also get him outside. It's interesting, though, because he'll score or he'll leak, is how they describe it. Okay. Whip from the middle. It seems like Queensland don't have faith in what we want. Anyway, whip from 6. Goes out to the post. Blocked by Coyle, but it's gone forward. Can't say it was blocked with any conviction, but he's managed to do the job. So Coyle from 1. Goes down the line to 9, and that's blocked away by Cook. Forward, but out. Lost a little bit of time doing it. Taken by Whip. Giving it to Cook. Cook throwing that from 9 towards. Tried to throw inside, but probably got a bit too close to Coyle in the centre. And she's given it out to Walker. Walker, lazy, not a lazy ball. That's a bit too harsh. It is blocked out there by, it went straight to 4. Whip gives it to Cook. Cook tries to go for the post this time, but didn't quite make it.
There we go, second half of overtime.
And we got another 3 minutes to go. Another 3 minutes of this tension. Can I take it? Lucky I haven't got any skin in the game. Quite easy commentating when you haven't got skin in the game. Again, doesn't look like there's going to be any substitutions. So I don't think we're going to see Zach Nitch on. I don't think we're going to see West or Jones on.
Well, we might see them if we go to golden goal on the penalty shootout.
No,
I don't think we can get that
yeah,
far.
you will have to see them because you'll have to play the... No, actually, it depends if you name them.
You've got to name all players on the team sheet, and it's ordered a team sheet.
Do you?
Yeah. So
yeah, otherwise they can't play, correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
So team sheet order.
Zach Nitch has definitely been named.
Yep.
We know because she was on.
Yep.
We don't know if the others were named.
Well, they can't be in a player box if they're not named. So.
Well, I think they can be.
Nah, got to be named to be in a player box.
Oh, okay. And they're all there. So guess what?
They all could get a chance, but only if we get to the penalty shootout, which means you still have to get for another 3 minutes.
Yeah, and even then you can only play to 4, so someone's going to miss out on the Queensland side. Who would you miss out? Would you give it to Zach or would you give it to Melody? Okay. We've got a bit of a crowd around. A lot more noise than what there has been. It's really annoying when they all cheer just because the ball goes out. Oof. 1:20 left before the second half. It's still 6-6, but obviously we only need 1 goal to finish this thing off. It's either 3 minutes or penalties or a goal. 3 scenarios here. Wish I had something more to say to you, but I don't at this point. We're really just waiting for time to run down. A lot of noise from the crowd. Running down 30 seconds to go. Ridley and Ramsey in control.
I'm sure all the players are happy for the brief break. We've been playing for 2 halves plus 1 extra overtime so far, so.
No, let's make them play to midnight. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
We would have to commentate that.
We want to go home at some point. Got a prediction for me, Mike? Apart from the next goal's going to win it.
I think WA might actually get it now.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you. I'm probably leaning to the WA side. I don't want to. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to show you my allegiances. But yeah, I'm probably leaning with you. It's not like Queensland haven't had their chances. Queensland with the ball. They've lined up in the same fashion. Whip gives to Kendrick. And let's see how far he throws this one out. He doesn't. Comes down to Walker, who takes it on the chest into 8. Quite comfortably, actually. He tries to go back into that 2-3 hole, gets it on the feet of Whip, who has to go forward to get the ball. Runs it back to Cook, who's going to throw from 7. Cook throws out towards the post. This time it's stopped by Coyle. It's a good throw there into 1. Coyle from 1 down to 9. Blocked away by Cook. It's a good goal ball all round. Cook coming in a long way, almost a 6. This time he goes between the gap, kind of not convincingly controlled by Coyle. But he's going to throw down the line into the 9. And again, it's blocked away by Cook. So through from pretty much the 2 into the 9, maybe even the 1 into the 9. Good throw, good goal ball all round so far. Probably the best goal ball of the game. Whip comes across to get the ball from Cook. He's going to throw from about the 6. Goes straight at Coyle Murren, who blocks that. Decides that she wants to have a go at this. Throws it from 4, straight back to 4. And if she scored a goal then, that would have been it. Cook gets it at 8. Tries the bounce ball, but it's lost all impetus by the time it gets down to the other end. Coyle stopping that at about 1. Gives it across to Walker. Walker quickly throwing that towards the 1 on this side from 8. And that's gone out. Kendrick now. Does he go across court and throw it out? The answer is no. He throws it in towards the 8. Deflected by Coyle and into the back of the net. And that's the game.
And it didn't even go in where we thought the gap was either.
It did not. Well, it's a bit unfortunate on Walker's side in that it was deflected all the way around him.
Yeah.
But she couldn't have deflected it, Coyle that is, couldn't have deflected it any better into the corner.
Yeah.
And you could even see it turning as it went in there. So we made all sorts of predictions and none of it came
wrong.
true. Kendrick is the winner with a deflection off Coyle into the corner with what was a little bit over a minute left. A little bit over a minute left. They've taken the clock off now. Next game is starting at 10:15, I think, if I remember rightly. 9:05. Just trying to see if I can see the time clock. So 9:05. Yeah, this game's supposed to start at 10:15, so we're already late. So I think
Looks like we've got 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so I think at some point they're going to start that clock, but they haven't quite decided when that is. So they'll wait till the court clears, I suspect, and then give 15 minutes to start. Women's teams are going to get called out. So we've got New South Wales on the far side, South Australia on the near side. No, sorry, I'll take that back. It's South Australia on the far side and New South Wales on the near side. South Australia, number 2, Nikita Grosser, number 5, Meredith Hart, and number 7, Risa Martin. For New South Wales, we've got number 4, Jessica Clark, number 5, Molly Smith, number 7, Enya Savory, number 8, Rosanna Liang, and number 9, Molly Smith. We will let the Master of Ceremonies, do his thing before we come back, but we've still got 15 minutes before this game starts. So I don't think we're going to get an 11:30 kickoff for the men.
Oh, I think that's very
I
unlikely.
think we're done. This game could go into what are the chances? Do you think we'll get a mercy here? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Brody would have to go absolutely nuts. A lot of noise from the crowd today. They're getting involved. A little bit of chat as I think the players are being announced, but no one's really listening at this point. The far side had seats completely full. They're all now empty now. South Australia getting a bit of support. And the clock is running.
Yep, it is running.
The clock is running. We're down to 13 before we start. As we said, we've given you the lineup, but we will again. As I reach across to my trusty notes. After South Australian results here. So for South Aussie, pretty easy. At number 2, we've got Nikita Grosser. Number 5, we've got Amelia Hart. And number 7, we've got Rice and Martin, the Queenslander, playing for South Australia. So that's that team. Nice and easy to sort of call out. On the women's side, we've got an extra person here, but number 4, we've got Jessica Clark. Number 5, we've got Molly Smith. Number 7, we've got Enya Savoury. Number 8, we've got Rosanna Liang. And number 9 is Brody Smith. A couple of Smiths there just to make things a little bit hard again. Coaches for the respective teams, give them a little bit of credit. It's Simon Smith on the New South Wales side of things. On the South Australian side of things, it's Mika Christensen with Olivia Mueller, or Muller. I think it's Mueller. Just a reminder, one more game after this. Scheduled for 11:30, but Mike and I aren't putting any money on that happening. Getting myself a little bit of sustenance before we embark. Still 11 minutes left on the clock. No one wants to come and help us out, Mikey.
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Do you think we've got a chance of a golden goal here? Is New South Wales that much better than South Australia? I don't know.
New South Wales has usually had a pretty strong team. Not sure if there's a South Australian team back in 2019, but they've also borrowed from Queensland for their team, so
Including the coach.
yeah.
The difference here is and whilst I'll give Nikita Grosser a little bit of credit, like she's a decent player at the moment, but New South Wales have got a cannon.
It does help to have a good thrower.
and 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 South Australia have bought pistols, basically. That's what it comes down to in the end. New South Wales will be on the near side. Interesting how they're playing with the no one's going to the other side because of COVID and everything now. And I'm thinking, okay, but we all we all touch and hug each other after the game as soon as we go off court. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder at what point it'll be go back to swap over, swap over.
I think the world is getting closer to that every day.
Yeah. I think next nationals, wherever they be, will they be Melbourne again, Mikey? Has it got to the point that the rotations have stopped? Because it feels like it. Well, I know it's 5 years ago since it's been in Melbourne, but it doesn't feel like
I think
the other states haven't taken over there.
next year's supposed to be WA, I think.
Is it?
Yep.
And the old rotation would have suggested that. I was trying to remember what the old rotation was. I remember like Victoria had it in 12. Um, it was in West Australia in 13. 14 was South Australia. And then 15, I think. 15, I'm pretty sure was New South Wales before going to Queensland. But I'm not quite sure because it kind of makes sense to me to go to Queensland, then down to New South Wales, down to Vic. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah, I think it went round
Yeah,
basically in a circle.
yeah. I think it kind of did do that. So maybe I got it the wrong way. I'm trying to remember because by that stage I was gone. I wasn't playing nationals or even coaching or doing anything. Um, I do remember. Oh no, it was Ipswich. Where was that? Trying
It's
to
just
remember.
Queensland.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the year though.
I think that was 2015.
I reckon you might be right because then it was Sydney with all the Korean team and
Yeah.
the US teams, which would have been 16 or whatever. Yeah, about the same time as Paralympic Games. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Still got 7 minutes. We're trying to make up the time for you. Um, Probably doing it unsuccessfully. Do we know where they're being held next year?
Um,
We think West Australia.
I think no, it's West Australia. I'm not certain, but I'm almost certain. Well, I'm fairly confident it is WA.
Mm. We've got where's our little barbecue heading off
Um,
after this? Do we know? Are we going somewhere else or is it
I'm
around here?
guessing it's at the social space.
Right,
So
which is that side
downstairs and to the left.
to the left. Downstairs and to the left. So that's at the front of the building, not at the back where the track is.
It's sort of near the track. So instead of when you go down this set of stairs behind us,
Yeah.
you continue down those stairs, and then instead of going left at past reception, you go right, and you follow the corridor past the squash courts.
Ah, okay. Oh, where the squash courts are.
Yep. So
Ah,
it's a
yes.
little bit beyond the squash courts.
Yep. I know. I didn't go as far. I went as far as the squash courts last night. I discovered them last night. I thought, what have we got here? This place is huge.
Got lost on the way out, did you?
No, I was looking for someone, and I thought, oh, maybe I'll walk down here because I actually saw Troy go down there, so I thought, okay, well maybe Andrew Ridley's down there.
Yeah.
I was reminding Andrew Ridley that I think New South Wales owe me a medal because he was despondent this time yesterday morning, was like, no, we're not going to make it. No, you can still make it. You can still do this. Gave him a few plans, a few little tips of how to beat various teams, and turns out they worked. Well, actually, two surprises there. One, that my plan worked. Two, that they fulfilled it.
Yeah, it's all great to be on a coach and go aim here and defend like this. But if your players
I
aren't
can tell
able
you now, the
to,
Victorian team are never able to do it. So.
if your players aren't able to actually execute on that, and
Yeah.
it's hard. You've got a blindfold on and all that, so it's hard to actually always execute on those plans. But Not long to go now.
Let's see. He was saying he was going to try to continue with his substitution plan, where he brings Jackson on, for 3 minutes and then Troy in the second half of 3 minutes. And I go, you know what, mate? it's it's chips in. It's all in when it's finals.
Yep.
There's no substitution. The only reason you take someone off is they get hurt and they can't go on any further. Their leg gets chopped off, maybe you take them off. if they're decapitated, all right, give them a medical sub. That was the 5 minute warning, so no need to panic, everyone. You still got us to listen to for a little while. I can tell you guys are riveted. We have got a little bit of a lineup, not necessarily on the South Australian side, but there is a little bit of not conjecture, but we need to do some homework before the game starts just to make sure that we've got the right New South Wales players. Got to do a little bit more homework and get my numbers, get my numbers in check. Been a good 3 days. We've enjoyed ourselves up here in the peanut gallery on the card table. What would you call that? That would be like a coffee table.
It's a coffee table and a stool that I found.
It's no more than that.
Actually, I think it's a side table.
Yeah, it's a bit too big for a side table.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just talking about this little square here. Things
Yeah.
have gone quiet here suddenly. It's almost as if everyone's trying to listen to us. 3 minutes to go, though. We're starting to get some people on court for New South Wales, which is going to help us sort of determine. But my tip is going to be Molly Brodie and probably Rosanna. Uh, Rosanna is definitely on, as is Brodie. Oh, actually, no, Jessica Clark would be the other one. What am I thinking of? It'd be Jessica Clark who'll come on. And I think at this stage it looks like she's getting patched up. Molly looks like she's already patched. It's funny because these eye patches look really weird. Like when you see them over there, it almost looks like they haven't got eye patches on. You can actually see the contours of a person's face and everything. It's not like it's flat.
Yeah.
It just looks weird. Looks so weird. Creepy almost. Enya doesn't have her patches on, so maybe Molly doesn't have hers either. No, Molly doesn't have her patches on. Does look like she has got patches on though. Numbers confirmed. Uh, Numbers confirmed for New South Wales. It's going to be Jessica Clark 4, Rosanna Liang 9, and Brodie Smith Rosanna Liang 8 and Brodie Smith 9. 90 seconds left. South Australia ain't going to change. Probably from left to right, it'll be Grosser, Martin, Hart. And that is the current way. No, they're not standing that way at all. They're actually standing Hart, Grosser, Martin, but that's not going to be that way by the time they get going. This side, the only dispute on this side is which side is Brodie going to be on, left or right. Left-hander, so she can throw from the right-hand side. Be better if she was a left winger though.
Just the eye shades check being done at the moment, so
20 seconds left, so everything's looking like it's going to start on time, relatively speaking. At this point, we're looking at a pretty much a 9:40 start. 9:40 or 10:40? 10:40. So what's that put us? About half an hour behind schedule.
About that, yeah.
Yeah. Call being made. New South Wales lining up as if they've got the ball. Smith going to take this ball from 3. Throws it into the 6 on the other side. And pretty good stop there from Hart. Goes all the way out the other side. And the ball's going to get dropped in about 1. Quick throw from Grosser. Down into about 8. Stopped by Smith. Walks back across to the 3. Pumps it into Hart, this time on the line, and goes in on the 9. And unfortunately, not good enough to stop it. 1-0. Less than 30 seconds to go. Hart throwing that ball. She's almost got it through. Got it past Liang, but not past Clark, who gets her feet to it and stops it at about 3. Clark throwing from 3 into about 6. Taken by Martin, who's going to have her own throw. Throws it from the centre, goes out to the 1. Just missing out. But Clark had that covered. Clark throwing this one from 1, right on the post. Going inwards just a little bit, probably to the 6, getting it on the feet of Martin, but she managed to control it and throw it out to Grosser, who's going to go all the way back to 1 before she takes her throw. Throws it into about 7, gets it past Liang, but not past Smith, and Smith's going to move across to the 6, 3 again. This time go into the 6. Bounce ball that's come off the feet of Martin and gone out on the far side. Hart from 9. Coming back towards the centre and called high. That's questionable. Okay, so Hart in the middle. Smith with the ball in 9. Goes down the line, beats Hart. Probably got it in at 2 by the time it got to the net, but still quick enough and wide enough for Hart not to get there. Valiant effort all the same. Grosser. Martin takes that ball from the centre though, throws it out towards 2 and taken by Clark. Clark throwing this one pretty much from 1. Inside the 6, taken by Martin, deflects it forward before she gives it off to Grosser. Grosser taking that from about 2, throws it straight to the tee, unfortunately, where Liang will make easy work of that before giving it to Clark in 1. Clark from 1, roughly, maybe 2, throws it into about 6, taken by Martin, given across to Hart. Hart looking for her post. Goes down from 1, goes 9, all the way down from 1, which is a pretty good throw, and blocked away by Clark. Good goal ball all round, keeping it in touch. Clark from about 3, trying to throw out to, I've spoken too soon, trying to throw out to 9 and missing things by about 3 metres. Grosser coming across, and she's going to stay on that side now. Throwing from 9, trying to go across court, but actually getting it into 5 for Liang, who gives it to Smith. Smith is going to come on this side. Thought she'd throw down the line, but threw it straight out. Pretty much dropped it outside, and it just never came back in. Grosser again, going back to get it and sending Hart back the other way. So she throws it from 1 into the 5. Taken on the legs of Leanne and gives it back to Smith. And Smith now taking it from 6, throwing it straight out again, missing it by about 1.5 metres, trying to get it into the 1. Grosser from 1 off court, comes onto the court to throw into the 7. taken by Smith, who tries a quick return back to the 1, misses again by 1.5 meters. And again, it's Grosser, same throw, possibly. Comes inside, throws it from 1, again to that 7, onto the legs of Liang, who goes forward to get the ball before passing it to Smith. Smith's got this lined up at about 6. Goes towards the centre at Martin, who controls it, decides a quick return's in order, throws it back to 5, taken by Liang, who gives it to Clark. Clark from 3. Tries to go to 9, misses by 3 metres, maybe, yeah, probably been a bit harsh. Referee not having a place to drop it into, so he eventually finds a spot. Gives to Hart. Hart goes from 9 across to 9, off the feet of Smith and blocked out. She comes inside to 6. Tried to go back out to 9 and seriously missed that by 3 metres. Grosser coming into 3. Tries the bounce ball, gets it across to 4, goes over the top of Liang and in the goals. Clark with the ball. In 1. Throws it towards 5. It's a loose ball and it's actually gone in. She deflected it sideways and unfortunately I didn't quite hear, or well, let's
I think it's an eye shade penalty.
yeah. Is it an eye shade or is it just not a penalty? It's just
No.
timeout. Yeah. I was going to say, I wouldn't say I didn't hear him, I just didn't understand him. Okay, Grosser. We've got a goal from New South Wales. We'll come back to the score in a minute. Grosser tries to throw from 3 across to 1, but misses by a fair way. We've got a 2-1 for New South Wales at this point. Smith comes to get the ball. She's going to throw this from about 7, I reckon. Probably not. Throws it to 9, gets it out to 1. Stopped by Grosser. Grosser throwing this from outside the court. Comes inside to throw to 1. Goes back towards 5. Stopped by Liang. Gives it to Clark. And Clark's going to throw from 3. Maybe even 4. Goes straight into the 5 area. Martin shuffles across. Gets it. Puts it out to Hart, who goes to 9. Throws it back to 8, where it's cleaned up by Smith. Smith now from 9. Throws it into 2. Collected by Grosser. Grosser's gone again. She's going to throw this from 1. Tries to throw it into a little bit of a narrow diagonal. Gets it at 8, but early lower legs of Smith clean that up. Smith goes from 3, throws it into the 6, comes off the chest and goes across the back line from Hart. Cleaned up by Grosser, who threw that from 2, back to the 2 on the other side. And now it's with Clark. You're all caught up. Clark throws from 3, tries to throw to 1. Probably gets it out at about the 1.5 metre line on the other side. Grosser from 1, almost over the top of Liang there. Deflected it out on the far side. Let's just say unconvincingly. Clark from 1. Going narrow into the 5. Taken on the legs by Martin. Martin goes back from that 5 into the 3. And Clark easily deals with that. Gives it to Smith, who had beaten Grosser on 1, but didn't get it inside the post. Missed by about 1 metre. Grosser from 1. Again, throwing it inside, possibly to the 5. Not possibly, definitely to the 5. Taken by Liang, given to Smith. Smith from 9. Down the line into the 1. Blocked away by Grosser. Comfortably, I will add. Hart looks, is it Hart? Looks like she's come across. Goes across, no, it was Martin who took that from 1. Tried to go across, probably did a better job of it than Grosser. Got it to 3. Not quite there. Clark from 3 tries to go out to 1 with a bouncer. Lost all impotence by the time it got to the bottom, and Grosser can deal with that as much as she likes. She goes from 1 back to 3, and that's been cleaned up by Liang, who gives it to Clark. Clark is going to take this from 2. Goes down the line, into the 9. It's a fractured ball over the top, and that's gone into the back of the goals for 3-1 to New South Wales. Or is it 4? I don't believe it's 4. Yeah, it is 4. I'm trying to work out where the 4th one was. Anyway, Hart from 9 into about a 3, taken by Liang. Dumped it out to Smith. Smith's going to throw this from 9. Goes in narrow on the 3 side. There's a bit of work had to be done by Grosser and Martin, respectively. The ball travels along the back of the line towards Hart, who does take it, throws it from 8, but gets it out before the 1. Smith goes across to get it again. She's going to throw from 9. Again, she goes into that hole. Again, a fracture from Martin, but that time it's been blocked out and around the post. South Australia timeout. We've got 5 and change still to go. 4-1 at this point to New South Wales. 5:26, in fact. Probably going to script, let's say. Will we catch up time? I don't think so. I think this one will go the distance. I think if they start getting out to a reasonable score, then we'll see Molly and Enya come on, and Mercy rule no more. Ball still with Grosser. In the 2, she goes way across. Deflected by Liang. That's Rosanna out. Molly Smith in. This stage, not sure where Molly's going. I'm picking. She'll go the other side. So there's a Smith and a Smith. Thanks a lot, Smith, coach. Brody's got the ball in hand. Whether she keeps it is another story. Molly looks like she's walking across. And it's still a little confusing. She's gone across to the other side. Clark does go to the middle. Smith, Brody from 8, 9, throws it straight out effectively. Grosser gives it across to Hart. Hart's gone all the way across to the other side. Ball thrown from 9 and going back out to 9 off the feet of Smith and into the goals. Not into the goals and over the line. Smith, this time a narrow diagonal into 4. Taken by Martin on the chest, able to control it. She goes out to the other side, trying to aim for Smith. Molly misses the one by a long way. Timeout to New South Wales because the game's not going slow enough as it is. Got a 4-1 scoreline in favour of New South Wales. Had our first substitution. Still got 4 minutes and change. Actually, it's nearly 5. It looks like a 4:56 on that one. One more game to go after this, but we've still got 16, 17 odd minutes of women's action to come. Hopefully. Maybe more. I don't think so, though. I think this game's under control. Molly Smith has the ball in 1. Going to see her for the first time this game. Tries a discus throw from 1 into 6, taken by Martin, who thinks that she's good enough to throw. Throws back to the 1 from pretty much the 4, but misses the post. Molly again from 3 this time. Tries to go down to the 9. Nice flat throw. Gets it on the feet of Hart, who deflects it forward. Gets Martin to do the chasing before taking the ball back and throwing it back to Clark in 4, possibly 5. Clark over to Brody Smith. She goes back towards that narrow diagonal, misses it really, gets the centre on the chest in 4 before she gives it off to Grosser, who plays it from 1 and gets it across to 3. Stopped by Clark, given to Smith Molly. Molly now. Discus throw from 1 out to 6. Stopped by Martin, who gets a quick return going. Does get it out to 1, but Smith's there. Smith from 1. Tries to go a little closer to the post this time, probably getting to about an 8 or a 9. Stopped by Hart. Done a pretty good job. Hart 1 out to 2. Sorry, 9 down to 2. But that ball's been kicked forward by Smith Molly. Clark goes, gets it for her. She throws it from 2, gets it out to 2 on the other side, and it's taken by Martin, who gives it to Grosser. Grosser now, taking it from 2, trying to go across to 1 on the other side. It was blocked out. Not only blocked out, controlled. Well done, Clark. Gives it to Smith Brody. Sorry, not Clark. Smith. Gives it to Smith Brody, who threw it from 7, got it into 2. Legs of Martin, legs of Grosser. Between Martin and Grosser, it went across to Hart, and Hart threw it from 9 down to 1, where it's gone out. And now you're up to speed. Molly from 1 into 6, taken by Martin, who tries a quick return from the same spot and misses by 2 to 3 metres. Smith. At least I'm going to get the Smith right. It's Brody this time. From 7, comes across to this side, throws it, tries to throw it into 1, and looked, I'm going to say unconvincingly blocked out by Nikita Grosser. Grosser's going to go way over to the other side, throwing this from 9. Got it into the hole of 3 between Clark and Smith, Molly, and Molly's able to clean that up. She throws from 1 back into 5. It's over the top of Martin, but Grosser's there to help her out. She throws it from 3, tried to throw back to the 1, but misses. Molly gives it to Brody. Brody comes back to the other side on the 3. Tries to go into the 6. Successful, but not going in the goals. They're taken by Hart, who aimed herself a little unusually there. It started walking out and pretty much threw it out and dropped it out on the as soon as she put it down. Smith, Molly, throwing from 1, going across to 2 on the other side, and it's taken by Grosser. She's going to throw it from 2 and go back towards the 4 or the 3. It's collected by Clark, who blocks it, but it's a high ball call, and it's Grosser standing in the middle with Smith Brody sitting here. I'm tipping Brody's going to try to go down the line, and I'm wrong. Goes cross court and succeeds. 5-1 now to New South Wales. 2 minutes and change left in the first half. Hart, 1 into 3. Does well to beat the centre, but not the winger. And Smith getting it on the feet. I was going to say, if there's a high ball, then that's a high ball. So Smith trying to throw a high ball. Smith Wally trying to throw a high, well, not trying to throw a slicer. Not quite getting it right. And Grosser now with the ball in 1. Lining up for her usual throw where she throws back to the middle. She's gone cross court and missed. Some conjecture as to whether Molly would have got that, because I think it would have been close. Had that been in, would have only been an issue of whether she got there in time. Molly, though, again, this time bouncing the ball across to 1, but missing that by about 4 metres. Hart coming across to pick it up. she going to throw it from there? She is going to throw it from there. Bit of guts. Had the week worked out for her. Threw it into 4, taken by Clark, given across to Smith. Brody, who goes from 3 down into that 6-7 mark. It's only just on the feet of Hart, who deflects it forward, gets Martin to do the chasing for her before returning the ball from 9 into 1. Smith, sorry, from 1. Up from the legs of 9 from Hart. But enough to sort of trap that out. She tries to go back to 1, but throws that ball straight out again. Does miss by a lot, but the fact that she put it out in the first instance did not help her cause. Smith Brody with this one now, coming from 7, tries to throw it into 3. Bouncing ball, controlled by Martin, who puts it out to Grosser. He's going to throw this from 2 and go across court. Misses her mark though, probably just the other side of centre at 4, taken by Clark. Clark going back out to the 3 from the centre. So not a bad sort of throw because it made Martin work. She defends out around the post, and the goal judge drops it in for Grosser. Grosser's going to throw this from 1, back again to the 4, right on the tee, effectively. Clark to Smith Brody. Brody from 9. Throws it into about 2. It's off the legs of Grosser, but forward. She's got that under control. Taken by Martin. Martin goes across to the 1 from pretty much 3. Taken by Smith, who goes back to the 1 on the other side, nearly 2, and off the chest of Grosser. Manages to control it before it goes out. She's taken this from 2, trying to go back to the 1, unsuccessfully. And at half time, we've got a 5-1 scoreline. We've seen a substitution. And it'd be interesting to see if we see another one. New South Wales do have this under control.
Yeah,
Sophie's not too bad from what I saw too.
yeah, well, New South Wales is comfortably ahead at the moment, so
I don't think we'll be seeing overtime on this one.
I think that's probably right. Yeah,
I think we're safe. We might get this one right.
might get a little bit more time back.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a mercy either, I don't think.
No, I don't think it'll be a mercy. No. We're looking at the next game starting at 11:30. That is not going to happen. I can tell you that right now.
Not unless they skip all the timeouts and other things in the second half.
And control the ball, and the ball never goes out. What are the chances? We're loving the venue here at Melbourne University. Got some a lot of different court markings. Trying to work out what the black one is. I think the black one might be like a soccer one. It's really unusual. Oh, it could actually be European handball. The crowd getting into this one. We've still got 1:06 running down before we start this game. Unusual and unlikely that things are going to change, although I do see, is it Enya on for New South Wales? I'm just going to make sure that the numbers are still lined up. It still looks like it's going to be the 2, 3 and 5. That Amelia Hart, quite a tall girl. 7 looks like she's coming on. So Smith Molly out. Enya Savoury in. Jessica Clark will still be in the middle. Enya go to the far side. Actually, it's almost like they've got Enya sitting in the middle. I wonder whether she's going to sit in the centre. Just farm the ball around. not a fan of the New South Wales's new colours with the grey. It just looks a bit.
I think it was better than the royal blue. Oh,
Uh,
not the royal blue. They had like almost navy a couple
I,
years
I,
ago.
I want them to go back to their colours. Let's go back to light blue and sky blue and
Yeah, the
royal.
sky blue was nice.
Yeah. Savoury's been announced. She's sitting in middle. South Australia with the ball. Everything seems to be in order on their far side. Yeah, there's no change to them. And it's Martin going to take the first throw from. Took that basically from about 7, threw it into 1, taken on chest to Clark, who throws back from 1 into 4. Martin again with a quick return. Problem is she doesn't put it on court. Clark again in 1. Coming across a little bit, probably from 3 by the time she's going to throw this one. Puts it towards. That's a very hard call on a high ball. Puts it towards 2, saved by Grosser, but that's not a high ball. Okay. Clark's got this all set. Grosser saying it from thing. Clark tries to dive, but probably too low a stance. Doesn't give herself a chance to run if she needs to get there. And in the end, it goes underneath her. And it's a 5-2 scoreline. That would be the only way that they can get back into this, I think. Anyway, Smith now. No, still Clark. Throwing the ball at 4. Taken by Rice and Martin. Rice throwing this from 6. Tries to go down the line into 4. Taken by Savoury, who gives to Smith. And Smith comes out to the 2 side. Goes out to the line at 9 and only just misses it. And had Hart beaten. Hart's going to take this. Grosser comes across just to say good day, but then goes back. Hart throwing from 9. Right onto the tee, taken by Savoury, who gives out to Clark coming from 3. She goes semi in a straight line, probably just the right side of centre for a 5. Goes it out to Martin, who throws from 6, but straight back into 2, and taken by Clark. Clark now from 3. This time going a little bit further out, probably towards the 8, taken by Hart. Hart throwing this from the post at 9. Inside a little, off the legs of Savoury. This ball rolls towards the sideline, but Smith picks it up before then. He's going to throw this from 9 with a big bounce ball into the 3. Nice little ball there, and making Martin work very hard to get some control on that. There's what's the word I'm going to say? Grosser throwing that from 2, across to 2 on the other side. It blew up a little bit, and the hand came across to try to stop it. And doing that, tossed it forward a little, and as Enya tried to chase it, wasn't able to get there. So it's a ball over for South Australia. South Australia again with the ball. Grosser from 1, tries to go across the line into 1 on the other side. It is blocked out by Clark. Smith comes across, and she looks like she wants this ball. She's going to throw from the 1 into the 6. Looks like they have made a change. So Smith's going to stay there, and Clark's back onto the other side. So Hart throwing from 9, back to Smith in 1. Smith throwing back to the centre from 1. Quick return from Martin, who threw from 4 and probably got it on 4 on the other side. Clark now with the ball. Throwing it from 7, trying to go out to 9. Blocked away by Hart, who's doing a pretty good job on the other side there. Grosser came to say hello, but pretty much that's all she did. As Hart tried to throw a bouncer. No, it was Grosser. Tried to throw a bouncer into the Molly's feet at 6. Not Molly, Brady's feet at 6. Who throws it across on 3, taken by Martin, who gives it to Hart, who throws from 1 but throws that out. Smith again. coming inside a little bit. Probably going to throw this from 6. Goes straight at hard at 1, and that's in the back of the net. And the swap has been made. Martin to take the ball from the middle. Oh, there wasn't a lot of talk happening there between the two. This is going to be 10 seconds. Has to be 10 seconds. Has to be 10 seconds. Amelia's made her way back. It looked like there was a little bit of hesitation as to whether to go or whether to not. I'm not quite sure how this is not 10 seconds. Grosser's got the ball. And they've called it a ball over by the sounds of it. Okay. After all that, Clark with the ball. Not quite sure they got that decision right. Clark throwing it from roughly a 6, throws it into the centre. Quick return then from Martin. Pretty much puts it at 4 and cleaned up by Savoury, who gives it to Smith, who goes from 3 into 6 on the feet of Martin. And Hart follows that out to the sideline. And there's a timeout to South Australia. With 8 minutes and change still to go. We're looking at a 6-2 scoreline. Not sure we're going to get to a mercy rule. Probably not.
I don't think so.
Things are going to have to happen severely for that to happen. We've got a little bit more of a crowd up here. It's full patronage.
Yeah, well, we've also got
I hope
a
we
lot
were
of people
selling
watching
tickets.
as well.
Hope they were selling tickets to the stalls up here, Marty, so you and I get paid. But it does look like it's quite full. If I wanted to get out, I don't think I'm going to get there. The ball with South Australia. Sitting with Grosser on the far side. Decides to go from 1 into 6 and pretty much gets it, slams it in between Savoury and Clark. Probably not what the doctor wanted from a New South Wales point of view. Smith, though, from 3. Going to return that back out to the favour of 1, which at the moment is still Hart. No, it's not. It's Grosser out there. Grosser again, this time trying to throw down the line into Clark. She moves out to the other side. Okay, so we've got Savoury's done her bit. And number 5, Molly Smith, is coming on. On the other side, we've still got Hart over this side with Martin and Grosser as we're looking left to right. A lot of noise being had. Smith with the Molly coming across. She's going all the way out to the other side, which is going to drag Smith Brady on this side. She goes back, throwing from 6, basically into 5. That's a quick return from Martin, but not quite getting it in. Smith this time throws from 6, goes across to the other 6, goes past Martin and underneath Hart, which has made it 7-3, and parity's probably a little bit restored. Hart throwing it from 9 in towards 4, taken by Clark, given to Smith Molly. Molly from 3. Tries to throw to 3 on the other side. Gets a deflection from Martin, and across the face of Grosser, but it goes out. Grosser now from 2 by the time she lets it go. Throws it out on the one side, probably between the 1 metre line in the front of the court. Molly throws it from 3, again across to 3, this time taken by Martin cleanly. She's going to throw from 3. Tries to throw across court, doesn't quite get it, straight at 4. Clark returns the favour, gets it to the feet of Martin, probably closer, somewhere between 5 and 6. It gives it to Hart. Hart from 9. Bounce ball, that looks like it's a Grosser type throw. I think it is Grosser from 9. Threw it into 3. Again, the ball going across court from Smith from 1 to 1. And that's actually stopped by what could be Grosser. Just making sure of that as we speak. No, I think it's Hart. Hart is at the other side. And again, it's a 1 and 1 at this point. And Amelia doing her job on the post there. So again, Amelia Hart from 1. Again going across court. This time probably getting it to the 3. Given out to Clark. Clark to Smith on this side now. So Brody from 6. Trying to, no, goes down the line, but hooked it a bit. Back to the centre. Martin stops out on the tee, throwing it from about the tee, goes out towards the 1, misses it, deflected around the corner by Smith Molly. Molly comes inside to about a 3, goes the discus throw, straight back to the centre. Should have been easily cleaned by Martin. Keeps some control, decides that she's going to throw it out. She's a little bit worried about the time, so she threw it out. Ball's been dropped into Brody Smith here. Brody goes way across to the other side, throwing it from about 3, goes down to the line at 8, stopped there by Grosser, forward, taken by Martin, back to Grosser, who's going to throw from 9. Tries to throw a bounce ball, but loses a bit of its impetus by the time it hits Clark at 4, who gives it to Smith. Smith's going to throw this from 3. Again back to 6, probably 7, taken by Grosser and forward to Martin. Martin's going to take this throw from 7, goes back to 7 on the other side, and that's on the feet of Clark, who gives it to Smith. Smith now from 9, back to 4, straight at Martin. She decides she's going to return the favour, but she's only returned it to 5, and Clark will clean that up off to Smith on the Molly variety. Smith Molly. That's a 3 into the 1 across the court with the discus, taken by Hart. Hart decides to return it back the other way. Doesn't quite get it all the way back to the 3, probably closer to the 4. And Clark retrieves that before giving that off to Brody Smith, who then throws down the line into 1, and that's deflected up and over the bar this time. Off the chest of Hart. Grosser comes across to say hello. Doesn't take the ball with her. Hart this time trying to throw down the line from like a 2. Probably got it to the 8. Kicked away by Smith. Smith Brody, who's going to throw this from 9 into the 1 on the chest of Hart, who controls it, throws it from 1 or 2, tries to throw it to 9, but misses everything. Smith pass to Smith, so Molly's going to take this on the other side now, coming from 2, taking a fair bit of time, but she's got the discus throw going, straight back to the centre on the tee, and Martin's easily going to clean that. Tries a quick return, but only throws it back to the tee for Clark to collect. She dumps it out to Smith of the Molly variety, who goes all the way out to 1. Again, the discus throw, tries to throw cross court, and again hits the tee. Timeout to South Australia. We've got 2 minutes left. 2 and a lot, or is it 3? It's 3 minutes. 3:38. 7-3. Pretty comfortable. Not going to be a mercy. Not going to be a closey. So we've got 3:30 to go. We're running a little bit behind. The Warwick chant goes up as it normally does during finals days. Got a reasonable crowd here in the peanut gallery. A few more people have joined us now. New South Wales on this side pretty much got the game in control.
Just
There's
doing a
an
timeout equipment check.
equipment check. Is it court repair? Seems to be a few casually dressed people on the court as they're doing it. I need to stand up to see what's going on. And there was a very quick return from the 9 being thrown and not quite controlled by Clark. And it's been blocked out. A fair bit of time off the clock. Molly with the ball from 1 gets a quick return down the line. She gets it into about the 6 or 7, nearly a little bit of a fracture there on the far side from Martin. But this is taken by Grosser, who decides to go down the line into 1 and taken by Molly. So 9-1. Molly Smith goes across court this time and finally gets it across court as opposed to the centre. So she actually hit the 2, Amelia on the chest, and Amelia and Hart putting that ball out. Wanting to give it to Grosser, but does not. Decides she's going to take it from 1. Goes across to the 3 for Clark to take and give to Smith Molly, who goes out to the post at 1. Again, the discus throw. This time back to the usual into the centre. Easy one for Martin, who decides to give her a quick return. And whilst it was close enough to the post, not enough to make anyone do any work. Clark out. Liang coming in. Substitution on the New South Wales side of things. We've still got 2:40 on the clock, and it's still 3-7 in favour of New South Wales. One New South Wales medal to come. Coming right up. Special delivery, New South Wales gold medal. Vicks get a bronze in this division, of course. Combined Victoria, New Zealand side. Says me and my best African accent. Brody goes across to get the ball, and she's coming back to 6 to get this ball away. Throws it into the 1 on the chest of Hart, who does a pretty good job to block that out. Throws it across to the 1 on the other side from 1, and that's taken there by Smith. Molly, a flat throw this time, but again into the centre, taken by Martin, who goes back to 3 this time with a throw between Liang and Smith. They clean that up. Smith herself, again, throwing that one across to a 2 from 2. Across to Hart, who blocked that, controlled it, threw it back into the 1 area. Whilst it wasn't inside, it still needed some attention from Smith Molly. Now gives it to Smith Brody, who goes from 7 out to 1, right on the post that would have been, and Hart's good enough to stop that. Throws it from 1, but it goes out sometime before the front of the court. Ball's been dropped into Brody, who goes across to get it, comes back to this side. He's going to throw from 6. This time a bounce ball into the post, and Hart's good enough to get there. Not only did she block it out, but she controlled it. Taken by Grosser now, who comes across to get the ball. She's going to throw from 9 though. Bounce ball, tries to go across court, not quite there. Gets it about 5. Liang drops it on Smith's head, who manages to catch it somehow. Discus throw from 1, across to 1, and blocked away by Hart. We've got a timeout South Australia with 1:30 to go. Very quiet. Certainly not the vociferousness that we heard in the last game. But we've got a 7-3 scoreline in favour of New South Wales. It's not going to change. A couple of little chants happening around the place. All 5 states represented here, so which is great. Again, it helps having all the different divisions. New South Wales definitely with the stronger representation, as is normally the case. We're not quite sure how other states are surviving. I haven't been in this game for a while. South Aussie with the ball though. Looks like Martin has it in the middle. It was Grosser actually throwing it from the centre. Did throw it out to about the 3. Missed Liang, but on the legs of Smith Brody. She decides that, sorry, Smith Brody it was. She decides she's going to throw from 1 and go it into the centre, taken by Martin, who throws back to the centre, who now dumps it out to Smith. Smith goes all across to the other side now, off the legs of Hart, and this time it's blocked out. Good throw. Pretty much from 2 to 2. Hart trying to go the same, a 1 to 1. Misses the post though, and Smith Brody to take the ball. She's going to take this from 1, goes into like a 7 or a 6, taken there by Martin, who had to go forward to get that. Gives it to Grosser, who's going to throw from 9 into that hole there, missed by Liang, but taken on the feet of Smith, who gives it to the other Smith, who threw that from 7 into 3, taken by Martin, who's trying to quick returns. She goes back, but straight to Liang at 4. Liang giving it to Brody. Brody from 3. Going down the line, probably into the 5. Again, taken by Martin, trying to get a quick return happening, but that's under control. Went to 3 and taken by Brody, who gives it to her sister, who comes from 7. Goes back down the line to 1 and only just out. Probably helped around the corner by Hart. Less than 10 seconds to go. We've got Hart from 1 to 1 has gone, and that's been blocked out by Smith. 6 seconds. Smith now Molly, walking it across. Going to throw this from about 7. Does not throw it at all. Game over, and a 7-3 scoreline to finish up. Men's game is supposed to start in 6 minutes, but I don't think that's going to happen. We're probably
Nah,
going to be
the
about...
earliest start is I think 15 minutes. So
I
we've
reckon
got a couple
we'll be 10
minutes.
minutes behind.
Yep.
You agree?
That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all, really.
So that's about the score we would have expected.
Yeah.
For that game. Quickly before all the ruckus starts, we'll just give you some quick numbers in regard to New South Wales men and Queensland men who will be playing in this game. So for New South Wales men, we have Jackson Bailey. I think Jackson Bailey is wearing 2. It says 7 on my card, but I think Jackson Bailey is wearing 2. Matt Barry is 3. Robbie Junior is 4. Stefan Nero is 1. And Troy King is 5. Coached by Andrew Ridley and Murray Elborn. On the Queensland side, looking at the men's side, so we've got Oliver Fanshawe in 1. We've got Joe Hogg in 3. We've got John Horsburgh in 5. And Tobias West in, so it's got 6 here, but I'm pretty sure he's a 7. So they're your numbers. They are coached by Robin Stevenson with help from, I think it might be Mika Christensen. It says Belinda West, but I haven't seen Belinda West here. Warwick is about to take centre stage. We've still got 15 minutes sitting on the clock, on the play school clock. They probably could have started it from the 16 and got him going. Maybe starting at 10:30. Anyway, look, maybe we're not going to start 10 minutes. Maybe it'll be 15 minutes and we're looking at 11:45.
Yeah, 15 minutes. So
yeah.
we're looking at probably 11:40.
Final game coming up. It's been a pleasure. I want to thank Michael Escocia for setting all this up, VGA for inviting me, and I'm happy not to do it again. Rob Apps, tournament director, wants the clock to start. Queensland look like they're on the near side here. Nor New South Wales on the far side. I'm right about West. West is wearing number 7. We're going to let Warwick do his business before we come back and just talk rubbish to you. Oh, I didn't hear the second referee, unfortunately. Darren Kendrick, one referee. See if I can try to determine who the second one is. Trying to work out who the second referee is.
I think we'll find out closer to the game.
He did mention it out, but
There's just a bit much background noise.
Yeah, everyone was carrying on. So I know it's Darren Kendrick is one. Hey, Absy, who's the other ref? Absy. David Tiller is the second ref. Robert Apps and Matt Clayton sitting there looking. Debonair is not the right word. Two referees there talking to each other. We've got 3 teams lining up. Johnny's doing a fair bit of throwing, so I suspect he's going to be...
Well, this one's going to be an interesting game because New South Wales has come from the bottom and they've worked their way up yesterday. So.
Yep. And one special little Victorian coach is not happy about that, by the way. He's not impressed. But like I said, stupid teams make stupid mistakes. And he was right. He said that unfortunately for Victoria, they're not using Amir or well, probably and I don't think Dan Dalton was ever going to play for Victoria. That's my view. I don't think he was going to play for Victoria full stop. But he said the Amir thing was going to come back and bite, and it looks like it has. Because they would have been a better team with Amir in it. I also understand why they didn't want him in the team. Don't get me wrong. We can talk. You're being very silent here, Mikey.
I am staying away from the politics.
Oh, I was happy to throw you under the bus, mate. I was the three people listening. Unfortunately for Mikey and I, we've still got 10 minutes of this rubbish to put up with before the game starts. I'm just confirming those numbers again, though, for you. So we don't get into too much trouble between now and then. That's Victoria. I don't want that score sheet. I think I want this one here. for for, for New South Wales, number 2 is Jackson Bailey. Number 3 is Matt Barry. Number 4 is Robbie Dunia. Number 1 is Stefan Nero, and number 5 is Troy King. I've got that out of order. Um, a lot of Australian representatives there in Nero, Dunia, and Barry. Um, even King. Sorry, King, Nero, and Barry. And Dunia, sorry.
How many times has Troy retired and then come back now?
I don't think he ever has retired.
He just went, oh, well,
No,
probably not.
he's never retired. And
Yeah,
even
okay.
I was talking to him yesterday, and he was sort of complaining about, oh, I'm not getting enough court time, and I'm thinking, you're nearly dead on the 3 minutes that you're playing. You know this game's past you, don't you? You're understanding that, aren't you?
It's difficult on the body. He's doing really well, so.
Oh, I'm surprised he's still around. On the Queensland side, we've got number 1 is Oliver Fanshawe. Number 3 is Joe Hogg. Number 5 is John Horsburgh. Number 7, it's 6 here, but 7 is Tobias West. Some representation. Johnny's represented Australia 18 times, according to this. 1 time for Oliver Fanshawe. So in sheer weights of numbers, because of Johnny, there's much more representation. But as a state side, New South Wales has more representation on the Australian lineup. So we've got 5 for Troy, 5 times represented. We've got 3 times for Robbie Dunia, and we've got twice for Stefan Nero. Stefan also representing Australia in blind cricket, I think, and maybe soccer. I don't know. Who knows? They've got too many sports to play with, these kids nowadays. Didn't happen in my day. It was either cricket, and even then, goalball was a stupid sport that no one played.
Yeah, who would think about getting hit with a ball when you could not get hit with a ball?
That's what everyone used to say to me. You just lie in front of the ball. Well, actually, no, you don't. You don't lie in front of the ball. It's much more tactical. I remember all the sprinters used to rubbish us and say, we were unintelligent and everything like that. I go, yeah, it takes a lot of intelligence to run really fast in a
Yeah.
straight line. 7 minutes still to go. We've still got a scoreline up there of 7-3.
They'll get to clearing it.
Someone starting with an advantage. Trophies will be awarded after the. Yeah, actually, interesting. Are they doing the trophies in the room here or everything at the barbecue?
I think we're doing it all at the barbecue.
Okay.
So I think end of this is pack up and then barbecue, or maybe it's barbecue then pack up. I'm
Okay.
not sure which.
So just a reminder, at the conclusion of this game, Marty and I, Mikey and I are out. Okay, stop listening to us. We won't be here. We won't run the feed of watching, so you can watch people clean up the court. Unless you want to watch that, send us in. Send us a message. No, we want to go home at some point. We're going to be locking up. We're going to be packing up. So I'll be doing that and trying to help out on the court if Marky doesn't need any help from me here.
I should be alright up here, I think.
So we will. What's the word I'm looking for? We will finish immediately at the close of this game. At this point, we're looking at an 11:45 start. Probably. I'd be surprised. I don't think this one will go to Mercy, and I don't think this one will finish in overtime. I think there'll be a result here. I think it's
Question is, what's that result gonna be?
well, if it's what Queensland team is going to turn up. Is it the first day team that's going to turn up, or is it the second day team? And apparently Oliver's got some tennis tournament happening as well. So not enough just to play goalball on the weekend. New South Wales are starting to walk on court. Queensland are already on court. So there's still a fair bit of time before people need to be patched, or well, I think they're patched, but still plenty of time before we get their ISATs check. Usual suspects out on Queensland, so I'm just going to make sure I've got them right. It's the 1 and the 3 and the 5. On the New South Wales side, we've got a whole bunch of people in there. But we do have Bowery, we do have Dooney, and we do have Nero, and that's the way it's going to line up. 2 and 5 have run off court. Be interesting to see that they were using the substitutions. They were talking about doing it yesterday with New South Wales. No, it worked for us, lad. No, it worked for us. Well, you know what? Sometimes it's just grit your teeth and bear it when it's when it's a gold medal playoff. You just play it out. Put your
Yeah,
best team on.
keep
Yeah,
them there as long as you can.
that's it. And only a decapitation is going to take you out.
Still haven't witnessed a decapitation here, and I don't think I ever will.
We've got 3 minutes to go before the start of this game. We're about to get the 90-second call any minute now. Well, not any minute now, but about in a minute.
Someone would have to invent some kind of accelerator to get that ball up to almost warp speed.
That's it. No surprises in the lineups. Looks like they're all going the usual one. They're ready to go. We can get started as far as I'm concerned. Pam Hyden walking around trying to look official. They won't let you down there, Phil. And there's Warwick doing his job again. PA system, Warwick.
He is so good at doing his job. He is
Just
such
loves it,
a
doesn't
good
he?
volunteer.
Hates the attention. We're coming up to the 90-second warning, although
And
it looks
really,
like it's already gone. Yeah,
and
it has
really,
already gone.
all our volunteers have done an excellent job over the entire competition. So,
Certainly have.
something like this can't be done without them.
Including you and I, Mikey.
I know.
Let's add ourselves into that one. Less than a minute to go. Lineups at this point, and I'm gonna spell them out in case people don't know. We're gonna go left to right for Queensland. It's going to be Horsburgh, Hogg, and Fanshawe. Left to right, if I go New South Wales, it's going to be Dunia, Nero, and Bowery. That's how it's going to be. You've got Rob Cristani for the next hour or so, commentating a men's goalball game, gold medal men's goalball game. If you don't like my voice, bad luck, because that's all we've got. Time's around 11:42, 11:42, so starting a little bit late, but we're on. Time clock's running down. Referees David Tiller and Sean Kendrick looking after this one. Sean got control with Tiller helping out. Queensland look as though they're going to start with the ball. The ball is left with Horsburgh. It's going to throw from 3, puts it into about 4, right in the centre, controlled easily by Nero, who gives it out to Dunia. Dunia's going to throw from 1 and goes inside on the 6. Slight deflection over the top and in. Slight deflection, probably panicked on the deflection there, and probably, well, he ended up throwing it into the net. So it's Hogg throwing it from the centre, throwing it out to 3, and on the feet there of Dunia, between Dunia and Nero, they worked it out. Dunia again with the ball. He goes back to that same position, this time a little bit more solid on the feet. When I say in the same position as 6, a little bit more solid on the feet of Hogg. Goes to Fanshawe. He's going to throw this from about 6, gets it into the centre. Quick return back from Nero, right on the post at 9, and Fanshawe is able to run that around the post. Apps not able to stop that ball from going out. And we've got Horsburgh coming across as an official timeout. I think we've got some fans going off. Pam Hyden running off to see if she can turn the fans off. They've suddenly gone off in the middle of the court. Because we haven't had enough to sort of get it going. We're 1-0 already in favour of New South Wales. 11:17 still on the clock. Trying to turn the fans off. And they're off. There we go. She's done her job. All right. Okay. Horsburgh with the ball. Through that from about 2 into, again, the centre, cleaned up by Nero, gives it off to Bowery. Bowery's going to throw that from about 7. Again, he gets to the centre and cleaned up by Hogg, who gives it to Horsburgh. Horsburgh throwing this from 3. Again, goes down the line into 6, but that's a long ball. Now, the standard issue here is that the ball's going to go to Dunia. He's going to go out to the post and get some instructions. At the moment, if he was to get the instructions from me, he'd be telling him to go straight. He does. Down the line and in. 2-0 to New South Wales. Horsburgh with the ball. He's gone all the way across to 2, maybe 1 to get this. Throws it again, tries to throw the bounce ball, gets it into about 6, and whilst it's taken by Nero, it eventually goes out. It's taken by the referee and given back via the goal judge. Bowery from 9 tries to throw cross court, probably gets it at about 5, taken by Hogg, gives it to Fanshawe. Fanshawe throwing this, probably from about 7 into the post at 1 and blocked away by Dunia. A minute and 30 gone. Dunia from 1 for New South Wales. Throws this to a 5, taken on the legs by Hogg. I was going to say Fanshawe, taken the legs by Hogg, who probably makes a meal of the controlling of that. Anyway, it's a fair few seconds on the clock, and we've got Horsburgh having to throw from well, pretty much 2. Nearly gets a goal in on 6. That was Nero throwing it from the centre, throwing it through 6, missing Hogg, getting Fanshawe on the feet and being blocked out. Hogg's going to take this ball, throws from the middle, goes out to 1, cleaned up there by Dunia. Others there to support, but he doesn't need them. Dunia throwing this from 2, goes down the line over the top of Fanshawe, and that's in the goal. 3-0 to Dunia. Fanshawe from 6 tries the bounce ball, but it's gone straight at centre, taken by Nero, across to Dunia, who's going to throw this from 2 or 3, again into that hole at 6. This time the legs of Hogg come across, cleans up for Fanshawe, who gives to John Horsburgh. John throwing it almost into the hole there at 3 from 3 on the other side. Didn't quite get there again. It's a ball from Dunia 1, probably into 8 on this side, and whilst it was blocked out, it was quite unconvincing from Fanshawe. He takes the ball, goes across to the other side in 3, tries to go into 9, and that ball is solidly blocked by Bowery. Bowery goes across to 7, coming back across the court, but not quite getting it right. Probably too close to the tee in 5, and taken easily by Hogg. Hogg to Fanshawe from 6, almost a long ball, 6 to the other side, cleaned up by Bowery and the other, who gives it to Nero, who gives it to Dunia, who goes from 1 and goes into 8, and you're caught up. Fanshawe to Horsburgh from, I was going to say, from 7, throws into 1 and goes straight underneath Dunia, and that makes it an interesting scoreline now. Okay. We've got Dunia there, throwing it from 1 across into 3, stopped there by Horsburgh, but now Hogg's got it. I don't know why he's decided to take the ball. He throws it from the middle, tries to go to 1, misses by a fair way. Taken by Dunia, given across to Bowery, who goes across to 7, decides to go down the line on 3, over the top of the hands, because that's been deflected by Hogg over the top, and that's now 4-1. Horsburgh from 1, quick ball into 9, and it's taken solidly by Bowery, who goes and tries to go the same throw again and gets not quite the same result. Well, he doesn't get the same result, but he gets some success with a fracture from Hogg. Horsburgh from 6, that's a high ball. This will be interesting to see how he does this. His method of blocking wasn't done the first time. We have got Nero in the middle, so not doing the standard thing. Nero goes back to the other side now. John's come this way, he should go straight. There's going to be some clarity, but that's going to be noise. It can only be a penalty. It can only be a noise penalty, Mikey.
Could be.
actually noise, but number 3. So Barry to defend. They've lost the chance of a penalty. So that was a little bit of unusual. I'll try to catch that up for you in a minute. So at the moment, it's with Horsburgh. It's going to go across the court, and that's going to go inside the goal. So that's an unusual. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it looked like Nero was going to go across court from. So now we'll try to unpack that now that we've got some space. So we've got a penalty to New South Wales. Stefan was in the middle, went out to the line, and I think he wasn't quite. He was either not going to get the 10 seconds in right, or he wasn't going to throw to where he wanted to throw. So he tried to call the timeout.
Yeah.
And which he can't do because Stefan had thrown the ball. So it very nice. Look, it's the same result. It would have been a penalty. They've called it for illegal coaching. I think it's just a penalty for noise. But
And they didn't. Oh, maybe they are going to redo the throw down here, but maybe it just gets skipped now.
well, in the end, it's a correct penalty.
Yeah.
If it's the wrong terminology, it's still the correct penalty. So instead of being 4-1 up, it's now 3-2 or 4-2. They would have been 5-1 up. I probably could have even called the game if it was 5-1. Anyway, it's all back to normal, and we've got New South Wales with the ball. Dunia in one. He goes in towards that 6. It's up by Fanshawe, and whilst not going out, Hogg goes and gets it, gives it to Fanshawe, who's going to throw from 1. Throws it in towards the, 9. Throws it in towards the 1, probably 2, taken on the feet of Dunia, who's going to throw from 2. Again goes into that hole, again on the feet of Hogg, who takes it at about the 7. Horsburgh from 3 goes back out to the 9. Barry's got that covered. He's going to go into 7 and basically try to play that narrow diagonal again, but I think he got it a little too close to the centre for his liking. In at 4, going out on the other side, but Horsburgh comes across to the 7 to take this again. Tries to go under the centre, and that's been kicked away. Kicked away. Probably only just across the centre there into the 5. Barry now has the ball, gives it across to Dunia. Dunia probably throwing this from the middle, round about the 4, goes very straight into, almost hit the tee, just on the right-hand side of the tee. Hogg making Horsburgh move a little bit for that. He tries to go to the 9 from the 3 and nearly succeeds. Barry from 9 comes across to a narrow on the other side, across to the 6, kicked away by Hogg. Well out. In fact, so well out that it was a ball over. Dunia from 3. He goes across court into the 3 area, 4 area, missed by Hogg, taken on the feet of Horsburgh. Horsburgh's going to throw this from 3 out to 8, and again cleaned up by Barry. Seems to be fairly solid. Barry on 9. He goes into the 3 this time. That ball goes up, but this time it's up and sideways and out. Horsburgh from 1. It's Fanshawe now from 9. Actually, he's come across the other side, throws it into 6, taken on the feet of Nero. He's going to throw from the middle, but he come out here to the 9. Blocked away by Fanshawe. Apps goes and chases the ball and brings it back in. Fanshawe with the ball in 9. Again, looking to return it back to the 9 on the other side. And again, controlled by Barry. He's doing a great job on the other side. Barry with the ball, takes it across to Dunia. Dunia is going to take this all the way to the 1 on the other side. Gets a flat ball in on 7 with the narrow diagonal, kicked away by Hogg, who then gives the ball to Fanshawe, who gives the ball to Horsburgh, who's going to throw from 3. Bounce ball across to the 1. That's controlled by Dunia. Barry across to help, and so is Nero. But Dunia doing that on his own. throwing the ball inside on the narrow diagonal, closer to the 5, taken by Hogg, goes forward to give to Horsburgh, who going to come from 4 into the 5 at the other side. So straightish ball, and whilst it was blocked out and somewhat controlled, didn't have the full control on it, and that ball's been ball over. Back to John Horsburgh, who's going to come over to this side a little bit. He's going to throw this from 6. Straight at 3, and the legs of Dunia saving the blushes of New South Wales then. Dunia throwing this from 2, goes down the line into the 9, and it's almost messed up by Fanshawe, but he manages to correct himself. He's going to throw from 9, goes across court again into the 7, and it's taken by Barry. Barry from 7. Goes across into the 3 and 2 again, and almost gets a result off Hogg. Horsburgh throwing that one from 6 across again to 6 on the other side, and cleaned up by Nero, who gives to Barry, taking it from 7, goes to 3 on this side, off the chest of Hogg. And whilst it went up in the air, it went up in the air and out. Ball across now to Fanshawe, was delivered in on 1, but he goes across to the other side at 8. Tries to throw across court, but he misses his mark and actually gets it in at about the 4. Cleaned up by Nero across to Dunia. Dunia goes from 1. A nice high kick there as it went into 6. And that's a time out. No, ball over. It actually did cross the line.
Tried to call a timeout.
Yeah. So called a timeout, but they didn't get it in. So anyway, Barry's got this. He goes across. He wants to give it to Dunia. Dunia will take it from this side, from about the 2. Goes to the line, goes down the line, and I reckon that's come off the post. Down the line into 9, near left the post. Horsburgh comes across. He's going to throw from 7. Goes out to 1, misses the line, only just. Certainly got Dunia thinking about it. Barry comes across. Has not taken the ball. Dunia to keep that from the 1. Goes into the 8 again, and off the chest with some bounce. Over the top of Fanshawe, and that's making it a little bit interesting now. 5-2. Still a lot of time to go in this half. 4 minutes plus. Fanshawe from 9. Goes across to Barry in 7, and he's got that pretty much controlled. Came in a long way, though. He throws it from 7. Goes towards the centre over the top of 4, and that's into the goal again of Hogg. 6-2. Well,
maybe we've got to reassemble the court before we've got to disassemble it in half an hour's time.
I don't think we'll go to Mercy. We're
No,
not going to go to Mercy, are we?
No, I don't think would be.
4-2. 4 minutes ago, we've got 6-2. We've got Horsburgh throwing it from 3. He's managed to put it in the gap at 3 on the other side, and between the 2 of them, they've got it worked out. That's a nice little bounce ball from 1 to 8. This time it's cleaned up by Fanshawe. He's going to go back in towards the centre. It's about 5. The ball goes up, but it's forward off Nero, who again gives that ball to Dunia. Dunia bounce ball into 4. This time it's gone forward and a little bit of hurt, but it's a ball over from Hogg. Barry from 9. Comes across court this time onto 7, and I reckon he almost had Hogg on the feet. Just managed to block it. Goes back to Fanshawe from 8. Tries to go across court, but essentially gets it to a 4 by Nero. Gives it to Dunia. Dunia with a bounce ball from, let's say, 2 into, say, 6. And Hogg gives that to Fanshawe. Fanshawe rolls it on the ground. And there was a high ball, unfortunately. Now, this would be interesting. I wonder whether the coach can shut himself up. But at the same time, the players have got to do the right thing. Dunia's got the ball. He should go cross court if he's listening to instructions. He didn't listen to his instructions. Time out to Queensland.
Catch a bit of a breather, regroup.
We've got 2 minutes and change. We've got a 6-2 score line. That could have been a lot worse.
Certainly could have.
Could have been a lot worse. We're probably going to say that New South Wales got this in control. And when I think about it, it looks like New South Wales have got the better chance of scoring. No, in fact, Queensland are going to leak more than New South Wales are going to leak. Because Queensland are throwing actually quite well.
Yeah.
Is my view. That's my view of this. Its defence is winning this game at the moment. Because some of the goals that Queensland let in have been pretty ordinary. All right, Horsburgh with the ball. He's got the ball. Bounce ball from 1. He tried to go across the court, but got it at 4. And that's stopped by Nero, who gives it to Dunia, who's going to throw from 3. He comes out to the 1, and Fanshawe has a big effort to get it out there. Excuse me. I probably should have put you on. Probably should have put you on mute before I'd done that, but I was about to sneeze my head off. Got a little bit of a court clean up here as Fanshawe's just leaving his mess everywhere. New South have got this one in hand, by all accounts. Ball's been dropped in. Fanshawe with the ball. He's going to throw from 9. Goes across court to the 9 on the other side, and Barry has that covered. He throws from about 8. Gets over the top of Hogg again, and there's another one over the top. Throws it into that 2 gap. Hogg coming across to try to get it. Probably 2 and 3 and not succeeding. We've got Horsburgh from the middle. Throws it straight out the middle. Taken by Nero easily. He's going to give that out to Dunia. Dunia with a bounce ball from 2, say to 6. Taken by Hogg. He's going to take a throw himself. From the middle. Throws it out towards the 1, and Dunia cleans that up. Controls it before it goes out. Throwing again from the post this time. Probably closer to 1. Goes down the line into the 8. Got it unconvincingly off the legs of Fanshawe, but he's done enough to put that out. The ball bounced in for him. He comes in a metre. Throwing from 8. Decides to go across court into the 8 on the other side, but Barry's going to swallow them all day. Oh, and they've gone. They are going to do it.
Yep, the 2.5, 3 minute.
Well, it's what they planned to do, and they wanted to give the 3 guys a bit of a break, either mentally or physically, and so that's what this is happening. So now you've got Jackson Bailey coming in for 2.5 minutes to survive 2.5 minutes of Johnny, because that's basically what should happen right now. Interesting to see. Are Queensland going to take advantage of it? That's the thing. I mean, they can do it.
They've got to find a gap and then exploit it.
Well, it would be the smart thing to do. Anyway, that was Dunia from 1. Threw it straight to Hogg, who can't quite get control of it, and he decides he's going to throw that out because just couldn't quite get a handle of the ball as it went forward. So probably something working for New South Wales there. Dunia again from 1. Goes down the line here, and that's taken by Fanshawe. It had to. On the 1. Goes across court to Bailey. Bailey, who does enough with him and Nero. Nero with the ball in the middle. He goes as a flat ball out to probably a 5. Gets to Hogg. And I'm not sure that Hogg has read my memo. Anyway, he's taken the ball from the centre. Throws it back to... throws it back to Dunia in 2, who decides a quick return into 6 is suitable. And you've heard the result of that. Thank you. 8-2. This may be a mercy again.
Could be a short second half. I think they'll still make it through the rest of this half, though.
I think they will. Fanshawe throwing that ball, by the way, from 3, trying to throw it into 9 and missing. We've got Bailey now who's throwing that ball. He's got it past. He got it past Hogg. substitution for Queensland. So Hogg is out. West is coming in. That's going to put Fanshawe in the middle. And what have we gone? We've gone a minute 30 to go, or is it a minute and 4? It's a minute 30 to go. So we've just had 50 seconds of goal ball, and John Horsburgh has not touched the ball once. So I'm sorry. my, my, my thing would have been just give Johnny the ball and just throw straight. not getting it. Anyway, Johnny has the ball finally. 1-9 goes with bounce ball and an immediate result.
Got it in the corner.
1-8 goes with a bounce ball, an immediate result, and what the hell are Queensland doing is what I'm saying, basically. Anyway, Bailey gives it to Dunia. Dunia coming across to this side. He goes down the line into 9, and that's beaten Tobias West on this side. So it works both ways, I guess.
It certainly does.
But at the same time, how Johnny isn't getting every single ball is beyond me. Fanshawe from the middle. He tries to go into 6, getting it off the feet of Nero, who unfortunately deflects it over the top of Bailey, and some goals are being scored. Again, Junior with the ball here in 1. Again, trying to go down the line into 9, successfully getting it there, but this time West is good, awake to it. Oh, that is a hard call. Tobias West called for a high ball, threw that from 9, basically into 4. New South Wales seem to have lost their method for penalties here. He's standing in the middle. This should go down the line. He goes across court and straight at him. Fanshawe taking the ball off West, giving it across to Horsburgh. Horsburgh's going across to the post. And I suspect I know where this is going to go. Straight into 9. Bailey does well. Blocks it off. He throws from 9 back into 4. It's not well controlled by Fanshawe. And whilst I wouldn't say that was trained with any comfort. Anyway, comes out to this side. 9. West has it. He goes across to the 9 on the other side. That's been blocked out. Blocked out by Bailey. Bailey still in the post. Dunia goes across and gets it. Brings it to this side. He's going to throw into the 9 post, but West is good enough to there. He's going to throw from 8. West throws back towards the centre of the court. Probably got it at 5 and on the feet of Nero, who's going to throw from the middle. Less than a minute to go. He goes into the 6, 7, and between Fanshawe and West, they work it out. Fanshawe's going to take this throw himself. Not quite sure. Anyway, he goes out to the 9, deflected away by, they threw that from 4, deflected away in the 9 by Bailey. So Bailey's doing his job there. But again, I don't understand. Bailey giving it across to Dunia. Dunia going all the way to the other side. Probably looking forward to his break and half-time outages. 4 seconds to go, and West with the ball. Horsburgh had to go over and get it, but he's going to have to be fast because this isn't going to make it. Yep, wasted too much time, and as it was, he threw it from 2 and back into 4 with the bounce. Back into 4 or 5, yeah, and actually back into 4 with the bounce. Half-time score, and we've got a 9-4 scoreline. Probably could have been anything else. A few goals at the end. Bailey will come off. We'll bring Troy on. We'll give Dunia the break. And that will put Bowery into the middle. And, Stefan will have to play this as I'm playing 24 minutes, basically. Unless they give Stefan the break and put Dunia on. It's a difficult one to call.
I think Nero's doing fine, so he'll probably stay.
2 minutes left of the halftime break. We've got a 9-4 scoreline. Dare say the Queensland of the first day has disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
Got found out with the bounce, and and well, okay. How Johnny didn't take every throw in that last 2 minutes and whatever
Yeah.
is beyond me. Yeah, I,
Had a good opportunity, and when he got it the first time, he scored a goal straight at the line.
yeah, yeah. And really, it should have just been, here you go, John. get fed,
Yep.
feed yourself.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Gone are the days of that free throw rule.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not understanding it. And to be fair, like New South Wales did the right thing. They kept throwing it to this side,
Yeah. To
you know,
try and keep it away
and
from
got
him.
a goal in return,
Yeah.
for doing it. But yeah, I'm probably not the smarts on the Queensland side. Maybe, who knows? They're young though. I heard the other day that Oliver Fanshaw's only about 15 or something. So
Right. So he's only just left youth.
yeah. Well, he's still eligible for youth. Yeah. West looks like he's staying on for the time being. Across the other side, we've got 5, 4, and 3. So Stefan gets the break. Dunia goes into the middle. At this point, I'm suggesting he's not going to be doing any throwing,
Well, New South
unless they
Wales.
give Troy a little bit more time. I don't know.
Yeah, New South Wales just needs to keep defending and they're sorted.
Yep, couldn't agree more on that one. Certainly the way they're defending now, and Queensland are not giving Johnny enough of the ball. This ball will go to New South Wales first. Second half. With 17 seconds to play out in a half-time break, we've got New South Wales up 9-4. I'm not going to call it just yet, but I'm close. Let's just put it that way. Half-time substitutions. So you hear that, number 1 and 2, which is Stefan and Jackson. Stefan Nero and Jackson Bailey out, and in comes Troy and Matt Barry. So Dunia gone into the middle, but he's going to throw this from 1. Comes into about 8, stopped there by West. That was probably, thought he did a better job than that, but it looked like it was deflected up and eventually went out to the far side. So that's now with John Horsburgh. He throws a ball down the line. It was just an out. Taken by Barry. Barry goes into about 6. Throws it again out to Horsburgh on the chest at 1. He wants a quick return. It was close enough to a high ball, but it's stopped by Troy in 1. Anyway, Dunia decided he doesn't want to break. He's going to throw again. Throws that ball from 3 into 6, and that's stopped between Fanshawe and West. West now, Fanshawe with the ball. He throws from about 4. The ball's gone up, but between the two of them, they've worked it out. Taken by. Oh, that could be in. No, it is in. No, it's not in. That was stopped there by. I'm going to start that again. That was taken by Barry, who threw. Okay, we're going to unpack that. It was taken by Barry from 8. Nearly got the deflection from the 3 that nearly went in. Horsburgh takes that from 2 with a bounce ball and goes over the top of Dunia in 6. Barry. Barry threw that time from 3 into the 6. Into the 6. And taken by West, who basically threw from 8 into 2 and unfortunately threw a high ball. Now, New South Wales used to have this trick, and they don't look like they're sticking to it now. Okay, so it's Dunia again. He's going to go across court, and this time he gets it inside, finally. Narrow cross court, probably would have gone through at about 4. Could have been a little bit more, but it's enough to beat West. Anyway, Horsburgh with the ball. He's going to go back to about 3 to take this one. Goes back into 6, and it's stopped there by the feet of Dunia, who gives to Barry. Barry's going to throw that one from about 7 straight into 4, really. Taken on the chest of Fanshawe. He's going to throw from 4. Tries to go back out to 6, 7. Barry's got that one under control. Barry throwing this from 8. Again, he's trying to throw into that line. Over the feet of Fanshawe, but this time it's over the side, over the goals. So he gets a little bit of a fracture. Johnny taking this one. He's going to come in all the way to 4. Goes across to 1. Try to get Troy, but King is up to it, and plus the ball goes out. King from 1. Be interesting to see what sort of throw we get. Come on, Troy. He's gone into that 7, into that 6, and Fanshawe comes across, gets a solid piece of it, decides he's going to throw this from 5, straight at the centre into 4, and Dooney will just eat that all day if he gets it straight to him like that. He throws from 4, goes out to about the 8, even the 7 between Fanshawe and West, but I think it's mainly West have cleaned that up. West is going to leave this for Horsburgh, who goes from 9 to 1, and King's up to it. He's looking for a little bit more court time, Kingy. Anyway, he's got the ball in 1. No, it's gone to Fanshawe. Got across to 7. He tries to go across court, but he messes it up a little. Probably gets it at 4. Fanshawe now is going to take this from close to 5 and 6. Tries to go across court into 5. Taken on the feet there by Dunia. He's going to run all the way back and give it to Barry. Throwing this from 7. He's going to come out to 9. Great stop there from West, doing his job at the moment. Left-handed throw from 8, probably getting it into 2. King doing enough. Got a plane going overhead. All the spectators coming to see the goal ball. They're running a bit late though. To Chopper. Oh, I didn't do it. Okay. The peanut gallery are going mountains. We've got 9:16, so I don't think Troy's got a lot of time to go. Barry's got this one from basically the middle, goes out to 8 and gets it in underneath West. Okay, Fanshawe, he's come all the way over here to take the ball. He's decided that he couldn't get himself organised, and I don't know what it was. I think he just couldn't get West out of the way, and he decided, no, I'm not going to cause a penalty. I'm going to throw it out. King gives it to Dunia, gives it to Barry. Dunia walking over. Barry's going to throw this again. This time he goes with a bounce ball. He's doing a bit of different stuff. Through that from 7 in towards the 3, and between Horsburgh and Fanshawe, they clean that up. Horsburgh throwing that one from 3, probably getting it too close to the tee to be realistic. That's Dunia throwing there from the middle and getting it out to 8. Timeout called for Queensland. 11-5. Are we calling this?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear who's going to end up winning this one.
Yeah, I think even if Queensland could score 6 goals between now and then, which is still 8 minutes to go.
It's doable, but they've got to get a lot of throws right.
Well, even if they could, okay, so let's just say, even if they could score 7 goals between now and then, how many are they going to let in?
Yeah.
Not sure how long it'll be before Hogg comes back. West has let a couple of goals in. At the moment, it's Queensland with the ball with Johnny, and he's playing it from the middle, and he goes straight at the middle. Probably got that at about 4, given by Dunia, who gives it to King, who goes back to the post and tries to throw with a bounce ball in at 5, taken by Fanshawe. Fanshawe going to throw this from 6, goes across court into the 6 on the other side. A little bit of a fracture, but not enough to bother Barry, who's going to throw this from 7, come all the way out to 9. on the other side, and that's taken by West. West to throw from 9. He throws into the 3. There's an up. There's a little bit of a fracture there. And whilst Barry came across to get it, wasn't enough. I wouldn't blame that on King. I'd blame that more on Dunia. One of the 7 that they require. But there is a minute gone. So we're down to 8:06. At what point does Stefan come on? Is the question now. It'll be soon. West is still on for Queensland. There's still opportunities both sides of centre, particularly with bounce. 8:06 on the clock. It's 11:6. So we're still needing 6 goals. A lot of time to get them. And as Mike and I both agree, I believe that Queensland will concede more goals between now and then as well. So they'll need a lot more than 6 to get this moving. New South Wales with the ball. It's sitting with Troy, probably his last act of the half. Decides to go with a slice ball, but gets it into Fanshawe at 4, basically from 1. Fanshawe now, nice big bounce ball into 4, into 5, taken on the feet of Dunia, helped out by Barry, and Dunia is going to throw this from the middle. He comes out to the 9. That's not a bad throw, because I reckon it would have gone in on the post, but West is there to take it. John Horsburgh comes across, and he's going to go way over to the other side. Throwing this from about 2. Bounce ball into 4 again. That's going to go forward and out and over. This substitution for New South Wales is going a lot longer. Horsburgh again, this time from 3. Another bounce ball goes down the line at 9. Controlled by Barry. He's going to throw from 9. Comes way across on the other side on 9 here. Gets West on the chest, and he's going to throw from 8. Into about 3. Barry across to help out Dunia, but Dunia's got it under control. He will throw this one from 3 and goes into that 6 hole, fast and flat. But unfortunately for him, Fanshawe good enough. Fanshawe trying to go from 4 out to 9, 5 out to 9 basically. Unfortunately, well too far, and Barry doesn't need to even dive. He's going to throw from 7, again coming out to 8 on the chest. There's a little bit of a kerfuffle, but they've got it worked out. Fanshawe has the ball in the middle, goes out to 9, and that's covered by Barry. Barry's coming in a long way. He's going to throw this from almost 6. Comes out to 9 again. Fanshawe coming a long way to get that in front of the chest, basically taking it off the chest of West. West, who now gets the ball dropped into him, goes out to Horsburgh, who comes back to his side at 7. Throws down to King and 1 and 2, and he farms it off to Dunia. Doing the job, King. Dunia throwing it from 2 into 7, and stopped by West and given off to Fanshawe. Fanshawe throwing from the middle. Tries to go across on the other side off the feet, but yeah, bit of a roar from the crowd, but I don't think it was ever really going in. Barry from 6, maybe even 7. He's coming out this way again into the 6 and 7, and again a little bit of an uncontrolled block from Fanshawe. Gets it past West, who's going to give it to Horsburgh. Horsburgh going to throw from 4. Goes across, try to go into 3, and that's stopped by Dunia. Dunia throwing his from 3. Coming into the post at 9. That's stopped by West. It needed to be, because that was going in. Gives it to Fanshawe. Fanshawe from 9 out. Sorry, from basically throwing it from 6 and trying to throw into the 9, missing by 3 metres. Barry. He's coming across to this side now. Going to throw it from about 3. Goes it into the 6. Nearly gets a result, but Fanshawe able to control it. Fanshawe from the middle. Discus throw. Tries to go to 9. Throws it out at about the front of the court. When I say the front of the court, the high ball line on the other side. Troy's got a lot more time on the court than what he bargained for right now, but I think he's enjoying himself. I don't think it'll be long though before we see Stefan on. Dunia from the middle. He's going to come out to 9 and needed to be stopped because it was going in. That's out to West. West dropping the ball. That's an up, and that's a goal over the top. So West getting a ball from 9 essentially, going into 4, going over the top of Dunia. I don't think it'll be long before we see. Yeah.
There's that sub.
1. Our number 5. Well, Troy's come back.
He's doing really well this competition.
Troy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the little time that he's getting. Yeah. This will put Stefan back in the middle. It'll put Robbie back out to the right wing. Oddly enough, from what we were sort of saying, and we've lost 3 minutes since, or maybe 2 minutes since.
They have managed to claw back some goals and not let any in.
Well,
So.
that's the thing I'm sort of saying. So it was 8 minutes when we were talking that. So 2.5 minutes have gone. They've got 2 of the goals of the 7 that they required. Still 5 to get themselves in front, and they seem to have blocked things up. So anyway, let's see how we go. We've got Dunia on this side now. Throwing from 1. Goes with the bounce ball into 7, and this time it's gone over the top of West. So instant result with the change. The ball is going to get dropped on the other side in front of 1, and Johnny will take this. Walks inside to 3. Goes a huge bouncer out to the other side in 1. Doesn't quite get it right, and that's been, well, doesn't have to be handled by Dunia. There's a whole lot of people out the other side. Dunia still with the ball. He goes with the bounce ball again, this time into about 6. Controlled by Fanshawe. Fanshawe throwing this from the middle of the court. Bounce ball, but that's down the middle of the court. And whilst it's not terribly controlled, it was blocked out in front by Nero, who gives it out to Dunia. Dunia throwing from 1, trying to get it into the 9, but missing it by a fair way. Horsburgh to come across and get the ball. Everyone's inside the goals. Horsburgh goes at a quick return into the middle, but there's enough body behind that one to stop. Barry throwing this from 7. He goes down the line. When I say down the line, probably closer to the 4 for Fanshawe. Has to go a long way to get that ball to give to Horsburgh, who now throws a large bounce ball from 4 to 4. Controlled. Dunia from 3. Again coming into that 6. Controlled by Fanshawe. Gives it again to Horsburgh, who's now coming from 4. Tried to go into the post at 1, but didn't quite get it there. Dunia to Barry. Barry's going to walk across the court, probably throw this from 7. Try to go across court off the chest, really, because off the chest of Fanshawe, but really at 4, so not really getting what he wanted. West now with the ball at 9. Bounce ball into the centre. Taken by Nero, who dumps it off to Barry. Barry's going to take this from 7. Comes out to the post and only just misses it on 9 on this side. Didn't get a touch from West, and I dare say if it was in, I think he was in trouble. Horsburgh from 9 up ball and into the goal. 9 threw it into 2, got off the legs, and not enough to go over the top. So now it's 8-11 and 3 to go. So it's the best against the best at the moment. This is probably what it's going to come down to. I'm not sure we're going to see Hogg. He doesn't look like he's moving on the bench at this point. He does have his shades still on. As in, not shades, his patch is still on. So there is an opportunity for Hogg to come. But we've got 350 something, I think. Yeah, 353, and we've got 8-11. So this game's coming a little tighter. New South Wales with the ball. We've got Nero with it, and he's going to come out to this side from 1. Tries to throw into 9 and deflected away by West. West doing his job at the moment. Everyone over this side. Horsburgh did come, but then he's left it alone. Fanshawe taking this. West inside the goals. Fanshawe from 9. He throws back to 4. That's going to be easily taken by Nero, who gives it out to Barry. Barry again coming out to the 9, but he's gone too far. Barry threw that from about 8. West again from 9. And again, slightly across the centre, probably at about the 5. Again, taken by Nero, given to Barry. Barry from 8. Again, he's coming about this side. Probably got in at 7, taken by Fanshawe. Fanshaw's going to throw this from 6. Tries again to go out to 9, and that's taken about 8 by Barry. Barry again, not had enough of the throw. He's going to give some to Dunia from 3, who goes into the hole there. Looked like it wasn't quite controlled at 6, but between Fanshawe and West, they work it out, and West is, Fanshawe goes back to the middle to take it. Throws it into 5. Looked like it wasn't controlled, but Barry's got it now. He's coming from 7, goes back to 7 the other way. Taken by Fanshawe, who gives to Horsburgh. Horsburgh now from 3 or 4. Large bounce out to 8. Controlled easily, almost on 9. Caught that. Throws from 9. He goes into 3 for Barry. Taken by Fanshawe. He's decided he's going to take a throw from the middle. Trying to go out to 7. That's deflected up and in again. A little prediction about Queensland leaking goals isn't quite working at this point. But
Yeah, it seems like every prediction we've done today
But this
hasn't
game
worked.
has basically come down to defence. Okay, we've got Dunia from 1. He goes into 8. It's not controlled comfortably, but they've managed to make something of it. Fanshawe with the ball from 4. Tries to go out to 9. And that's gone out. A little bit of relief from the crowd. Anyway, Dunia again with the ball. He's going to take it from 3 after receiving it. Actually, he's gone all the way out to 1. Trying to go up the line into 8, into 9, and West is there for that one. Horsburgh's over this side. Whether he wants to take the ball or not is another story. It's West from 9. Throwing it into the centre. Probably getting it about 4. Nero controls that. Gives it to Dunia, who's going to throw from about 3. Throwing it into 6. And again, Fanshawe coming across. Taking that, given to Horsburgh, throwing it from the middle, tries to go back to the other side, just on the 4, and it's controlled by Nero. Nero to Barry. Barry from 7, tries to come out to 7 on the other side, and pushed away by Fanshawe. Horsburgh from 9, tries to go straight at 1 on the other side, and Dunia's got that one covered. Letting the time run away a little. He's got it from 3, back into 4. Maybe even 5, taken by Fanshawe, who has to run back, chase the ball and come back. He throws the ball from the middle, goes out to 9, which is controlled then by Barry. Barry going a long way in, probably from 6, coming back out to the 6 on the other side, making Fanshawe really work, who's decided to lift his game, Fanshawe, I think. I don't think we'll be seeing Hogg because West seems to be doing his job right now. Scored a goal, keeping the defence in the thing. It is 9-11. I've still got this in favour of New South Wales.
Yes, I think New South Wales has still got it.
I'm not calling it, but I've still got this in favour of New South Wales. Mind you, it only takes 1 goal for stuff that suggestion up. We've got 1:10 on the clock. New South Wales can play this any way they want. It's all for them at the moment. Queensland have the ball with John Horsburgh. He's going to throw from 3. Bounce ball back out to the 1. Unfortunately, it's on the way down by the time it gets to them. Dunia from 1. Throwing a bounce ball up the line into 9. Fanshaw's come a long way to get that. And that's a surprise. Okay, I actually didn't think that would happen. And I'm not sure I would have wanted that to happen. But if I was New South Wales now, my tactics are back to go to the centre. Unless Hogg's just coming here on the wing. Fanshawe doesn't look like he's moving. And he was way over to get that ball, that last one coming down the line. Hogg does go into the middle. Horsburgh with the ball at 9. At 1. Tries to go to 9, and that's controlled. This is Dunia. Dunia from 3 goes towards that hole. Didn't quite get it at 5, and that's taken there by Hogg, who gives to Horsburgh, who's going to throw from 3 into about 8, controlled by Bowery. Gives it to Nero. Nero from about the centre, tries to go out to the 9, misses that target. Fanshawe back out here. Fanshawe goes in about 3 metres, throwing from 6. Tries to throw into the 3, probably closer to the 4, taken by Nero. Nero off to Dunia. Dunia with the ball at 1. A nice high ball as it threw it into 6. Taken by Fanshawe, given off to John Horsburgh. Horsburgh from the middle, needs to score here, does not. Stopped by Nero, we've got 3 seconds left. Nero from the centre goes out to 9, and it's done. And we are done. New South Wales winning that one, coming from 5th
All the way up
to win the tournament.
Yep.
Having to win every single game against every single team, basically, and doing it. So
Yeah.
congratulations
Pretty
go
impressive.
to New South Wales. They did really, really well. Plaudits to them. Just quickly, before we close up here, as Mike and I have a lot to do before we close up shop and attend our little barbecue / presentations that we have to do. I want to send a thank you to the VGA committee for helping us in. Thank you to Mikey for setting up all the equipment. Terrific job. Thanks to me for doing all the commentating. and thanks to everyone for listening. And check the YouTube channel if you want to see the replays, as they'll be up for another couple of weeks, Mikey.
Well, we can leave them up for eternity.
Well, they're up for eternity, he tells me. So if you ever want to hear our dulcet tones and listen to the games, just hop into the YouTube channel. GM22, is that what it is?
No, Victorian Golaball Association.
Victorian Golaball Association on the Facebook page. All right, so it's Rob Costani saying goodbye, and Mikey's probably doing the same.